Antony Blinken met Thai officials in Bangkok as the Biden administration moves to show its commitment to Southeast Asia in the face of relentless push for influence in the region from China. Blinken also signed an agreement with Thai Foreign Minister expanding the US-Thailand strategic alliance and partnership. At least 15 people were killed when a Russian missile struck an apartment building in the town of Chasiv in the eastern Ukraine. They stated that it is possible that more than 20 people are still trapped inside the debris, about 20 kilometers southeast of Kramatorsk, which is anticipated to be a significant target for Russian forces as they advance west. Hundreds of people protested for abortion rights when marching to the White House. The demonstrations in Washington was organized by the Women's March, a movement that drew millions to the streets in the nation's capital and across the country the day after Donald Trump was inaugurated as the president in 2017. Dutch farmers are embroiled in a summer of discontent that shows no sign of abating. The farmers are demonstrating government plans to rein in emissions of nitrogen oxide and ammonia, and they say that threatens to wreck their way of life. However, the plans provoke nationwide protests by angry farmers who believe they are unfeasible and threaten their livelihood. An estimated 22 million tons of grain are blocked in Ukraine, and pressure is growing as a new harvest begins with the ongoing Russian naval blockade of Ukrainian Black Sea ports. Millions of tons of last year's harvest still cannot reach their destination, leading to a situation which could lead to disruptions of the world's food supply. Thousands marched through Madrid in Pride Parade for LGBT rights. Thousands took part in the Pride Parade there through Madrid on Saturday. Activists raised their voices for diversity and LGBTIQ+ rights. 40 floats made their way through the city centre. The parade was originally meant to take place a week ago. However, it was postponed due to the NATO summit. A mass shooting took place in South Africa. Soweto has killed 15 people and left 3 others in critical condition. As per the police, a group of men arrived in a vehicle and opened fire on some of the patrons at the bar. Investigation is on. Japanese voters went on to the polls on Sunday in the shadow of assassination of former PM Shinzo Abe. The polls took place after the party delivered a message of upholding democracy and free speech during campaigning amid the heightened security after Abe's assassination. Exit polls for the election for the parliament's upper house showed Abe's governing party certain to win a major victory. Thousands of people protested in Buenos Aires against the government, the International Monetary Fund and rising prices. The protesters marched to the presidential palace and demanded Alberto Fernandez's administration halt making debt payments, raise public expenditure to lower inflation and address the country's high poverty rates. During the rally, several protesters and police engaged in combat. As of yet, no arrests have been made. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the U.S. for approving $400 million package for Ukraine in an address. Zelensky said that the package, which includes high-precision weapon systems, will allow them to take anti-terrorist steps to reduce the number of Russian missile strikes on Ukrainians. Israeli PM sent condolences to the people of Japan over the assassination of former leader Shinzo Abe. The PM also called on the international community to impose sanctions on Iran for continuing its nuclear program. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, 43-year-old Mufti Said Ismailov, one of the Muslim spiritual leaders of Ukraine, had already resolved that he would step aside from his religious duties and to fight. He was one of the dozens of Ukrainian Muslims who gathered at the mosque in Donetsk to mark Eid al-Adha, an important religious holiday in Islam. Novak Djokovic has expressed his sympathies for rival Rafael Nadal, who had to pull out of Wimbledon tournament due to an tear. Now the Serbian has explained that he faced a similar situation during his Australian Open, and that happened against Taylor Fritz, but could manage the pain fairly well. Liverpool touched down in Bangkok on Sunday, the first time the Reds have visited Asia since 2017. Now, Jurgen Klopp has brought with him a 37-man squad bulked up by a host of youth players for games against Manchester United and the Crystal Palace this week. Also arriving into the Thai capital were new signings Darwin Núñez and Fabio Carvalho, plus a return to the squad for Mohamed Salah. Fresh from signing his new contract this summer, Liverpool will face Manchester United at the Rajapaksa Stadium on 12th July.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top post,
Welcome back. You're watching This Morning on Republic TV. And news now about Sri Lanka. A day earlier, amidst massive anti-government protests, enraged protesters had set ablaze the private residence of the country's Prime Minister. Sri Lankan police so far have arrested 3 people for setting Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's private residence on fire. Here's an exclusive report from the vandalized Prime Minister's residence.
After protesters torched the private residence of Sri Lanka's former Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, Republic Media Network went on a ground zero to get a detailed report on a deeper perspective of the situation in the country and what happened in the past few days.
This is the famous Red Room. This is the second time it has been bombed. It has been destroyed, this room, in my lifetime. First was by leftists in 1965. Yes. And this is when they threw a what do you call a petrol bomb to my father, who was actually, it was aimed at my father, who was staying upstairs, but it came and knocked here. So this is the second time this room had been totally attacked, and there was a lot of valuables here, all coming down generations, all gone. This in the toilet. The only man in Sri Lanka doing this. In Sri Lanka, our first station doing this is the Djokovic.
The visuals show destroyed furniture, paintings and photographs inside former Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's private residence. It is pertinent to mention that Wickremesinghe's house was set on fire and his official car was completely vandalized. Ranil had tendered his resignation on Saturday. There has officially been no knowledge about the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa ever since protesters barged into the leader's office residence in humongous turnout on Saturday. There has been reports trickling down from Sri Lanka that protesters recovered Sri Lankan rupees 17 million cash in President's house. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka's main opposition parties held a special meeting to discuss the formation of all new party government amid the unprecedented political turmoil. Agency report, Republic TV.
Pope Francis has appealed once more for an end to the senseless war in Ukraine and for constructive discussion and reconciliation in Libya. He also reiterated his prayer for peace in Sri Lanka with a special prayer for mariners and their families.
Pope Francis voiced his concerns over Sri Lanka in his Sunday remarks after the noon prayers at the Vatican.
Mi unisco al dolore del popolo dello Sri Lanka, che continua a subire gli effetti dell'instabilità politica ed economica.
He further added that he wants to renew his appeal for peace.
Insieme ai vescovi del Paese rinnovo il mio appello alla pace. Imploro coloro che hanno autorità di non ignorare il grido dei poveri e le necessità della gente.
The pontiff also offered a special thought to the people of Libya and all those who are suffering because of the grave economic and social problems of the country.
Desidero rivolgere un pensiero speciale al popolo della Libia, in particolare ai giovani e a tutti coloro che soffrono a causa dei gravi problemi sociali ed economici del Paese. Esorto tutti a cercare nuovamente soluzioni convincenti, con l'aiuto della comunità internazionale, attraverso il dialogo costruttivo e la riconciliazione naturale.
Before saluting the crowd in the St. Peter's Square, Francis once again lamented that Ukraine's ordinary people are paying for the price of the daily brutal attacks.
Rinnovo la mia vicinanza al popolo ucraino, quotidianamente tormentato dai brutali attacchi di cui fa le spese la gente comune. Prego per tutte le famiglie, specialmente per le vittime, i feriti, i malati. Prego per gli anziani e per i bambini. Che Dio mostri la strada per porre fine a questa folle guerra.
Pope Francis today renewed his appeal for peace in Sri Lanka after the subsequent announcement by the President Rajapaksa that he will resign on July 13th. Agency report, Republic TV.
Tetsuya Yamagami, the suspect in the assassination of Japan's former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, will be detained and questioned by police in the city of Nara for another night, then transferred to the custody of the local prosecutor's office. All the details in our next report.
黒い T シャツに黒い長ズボン
The suspect Yamagami in the murder of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was transferred after being detained at police station for 2 days. Abe was shot in the western city of Nara on 8th of July and was airlifted to a hospital but died of blood loss. Immediately, the police arrested a man at the scene who is also identified as former member of Japan's Navy. As an evidence, the police confiscated a homemade gun along with several other weapons at the suspect's apartment. The man Yamagami told investigators that he believed that Abe was connected to an organization that he resents. It was later found out that the accused Yamagami developed a hatred toward a religious group that his mother was very fond of, but no such report specified any group. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other international news, thousands took part in a pride parade marching through Madrid on Saturday. Activists raised their voices for diversity and LGBTQ+ rights. 40 floats made their way through the city centre. The parade was originally meant to take place a week ago, however, was postponed due to the NATO summit. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanks the US for approving $400 million aid package for Ukraine. In an address, Zelensky says that the package, which includes high-precision weapon systems, will allow them to take anti-terrorist steps to reduce the number of Russian missile strikes on Ukrainians. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, 43-year-old Mufti said Ismailov, one of the Muslim spiritual leaders of Ukraine, had already resolved that he would step aside from his religious duties to fight. He was one of dozens of Ukrainian Muslims who gathered at the mosque in Donetsk to mark Eid al-Adha, an important religious holiday in Islam. Novak Djokovic expresses his sympathies for rival Rafael Nadal, who had to pull out of the Wimbledon 2022 tournament due to an abdominal tear. The Serbian explained that he faced a similar situation during his Australian Open 2021 clash against Taylor Fritz, but could manage the pain fairly well. Liverpool touched down in Bangkok on Sunday, the first time the Reds have visited Asia since 2017. Jurgen Klopp has brought with him a 37-man squad bulked up by a host of youth players for games against Manchester United and Crystal Palace this week. And coming up next, several MLAs of Congress Goa unit meet Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, raising speculations of them joining the BJP.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has
Top headlines this morning. Major crisis in Goa. Congress party sacks leader of opposition Michael Lobo amid reports of MLAs jumping ships. Two days post cloudburst tragedy, Yatra resumes in Amarnath. Top court to hear a slew of petitions by Uddhav and Shinde camp today as fate of both Shiv Sena and new government will be decided. Supreme Court to hear contempt case and pronounce Vijay Mallya's quantum of sentence today. Serbian top seed clinches his 7th Wimbledon title, his 4th straight in a row, beat Nick Kyrgios.
To be standing here with a trophy. And I always dreamed of coming here.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching This Morning, tracking all the latest on the Amarnath tragedy. The latest news that is coming in is that the Yatra has resumed after 2 days. So that is the latest coming in. In fact, we are told that the first batch of more than 4,000 devotees have left for Kashmir Valley from Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. So Amarnath Yatra that has resumed after 2 days. The 12th batch of pilgrims have left the base camp for the darshan. In fact, those are the live visuals also that we are getting to you, the late night visuals of the Yatra resuming. And this, of course, comes 48 hours after the tragic cloudburst that happened, claiming lives of 16 pilgrims. So in the visuals, you can see the pilgrims there leaving for the Amarnath darshan. And this, of course, comes 2 days after the tragic incident of the cloudburst. which was reported at the base camp that claimed lives of 16 people and injured more than 60 people as well. And these are the fresh visuals, in fact, that are coming in from the Panchtarni base camp as well. Let's take a look. And Gursimran is also joining us to give more details. Gursimran, of course, the Yatra, as we are told, has resumed, and the spirit of people, pilgrims, we can see is still high despite the tragedy that has claimed 16 lives. So yes, a lot of pilgrims still thronging the Amarnath.
Yes, joy and enthusiasm can be clearly seen in the Bhakt of Baba Barfani. As and when the information of the resumption of Yatra was given to these Yatris, they started chanting the slogans of Baba Barfani, joy, and these are visuals from the Panchtarni base camp. Today morning, the Yatra has left for the holy cave at around 5, we are being told, and in a short while from now, the darshans of Baba Barfani will begin. And this is a really soothing news for the Bhakt of Baba Barfani, those who have been camping in various parts of Jammu and Kashmir for the past 2 to 3 days to pay obeisance at the holy cave. Yesterday when we spoke to them, they were really very enthusiastic. They wanted to have a glimpse of holy cave of Baba Barfani, and today the Yatra has begun.
Yes. Gursimran, just one last question I had. If you could give once again the latest death toll and also the number of injured in this tragedy.
See, the tragic incident that has unfolded on the evening of 8th of July has claimed 60 lives so far. Over 40 people are still missing. Around 68 is the number of injured who have been evacuated by the Indian Army, Air Force, BSF, along with the other security forces from the holy cave of Baba Barfani. And the search and rescue operations will continue. That won't stop. Along with the Yatra, these search operations will continue till the last person missing is found.
All right. Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. So with the death toll that now stands at 16 and those injured are above 60, the relief and rescue operations continued till late last night. Let's take a look at this report.
This comes after the sudden cloudburst in the Amarnath region that killed 16 people and injured several, while more than 60 people are reported missing. Following the incident, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha chaired a high-level meeting on Saturday to review the ongoing rescue and relief operations at Amarnath and visited the injured.
कुछ बहुत ही प्रिय भक्तजन हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। हम सब उनको श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करते हैं। दुखद हादसा रहा, लेकिन प्रशासन पूरी तरह से तत्पर है और वहाँ रेस्क्यू के साथ-साथ फिर से यात्रा बहाल हो इसकी पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है।
As a part of the rescue and relief operations in Amarnath, the Indian Air Force said that they have deployed 8 helicopters. The IAF spokesperson informed that the Cheetah helicopters flew 45 sorties, including 5 NDRF and Army personnel, and 3.5 tons of relief material while evacuating 45 survivors from the holy cave. The Mi-17 V5 helicopters flew 20 sorties, delivered 9.5 tons of relief material and evacuated 64 survivors. The officials further informed that the choppers brought back 7 mortal remains from the area. That many of the major airbuses in Jammu and Kashmir were on standby and would be used when needed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking updates coming in on Maharashtra politics. We are told even before the government fell, the Mahavikas Aghadi was divided. The Aghadi alliance, we are told, was not on the same page over the renaming of cities. This, as Sharad Pawar has said, that renaming cities was not part of Mahavikas Aghadi's common minimum program. So that is a remark coming in by the NCP chief Sharad Pawar over the name Rao, saying that the renaming of cities was not part of Mahavikas Aghadi's common minimum program. Well, we'll play out that soundbite as well of Sharad Pawar. Remember, the name of Aurangabad was changed just days before the Mahavikas Aghadi government fell, and of course now Sharad Pawar making this big statement saying that this was renaming of cities was not part of Mahavikas Aghadi's common minimum program. Moving on then, the top court is set to hear several petitions pertaining to Maharashtra politics today, and with its decision is connected the fate of President Shinde-Fadnavis government in the state of Maharashtra.
A big day for Maharashtra in the Supreme Court today. The top court will hear a slew of petitions related to Maharashtra politics, the first being Uddhav Thackeray opposing to the governor's decision to invite Eknath Shinde to form a new government. Uddhav has sought suspension of the newly appointed Chief Minister of the state. After Uddhav stepped down as Chief Minister on June 29th, Eknath Shinde was sworn in as the new Chief Minister and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis as his deputy.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं, माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो, आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो. आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
Another petition by Uddhav Thackeray challenges the new speaker's decision to recognize Bharat Gogavale as the chief whip, replacing Uddhav faction Sunil Prabhu. The fate of 16 rebel MLAs who were disqualified by Uddhav Thackeray will also be decided today. The Shinde faction in return had challenged the disqualification against them, while Shinde-Fadnavis government took charge.
जो कांजूर मार्ग की बात की जाती है, पता नहीं हाई कोर्ट से ऑर्डर कब होगा, किसके फेवर में होगा. जब ऑर्डर होगा उसके बाद 4 साल कंस्ट्रक्शन को लगेंगे और कॉस्ट एस्केलेशन कम से कम 10 से 15 हजार करोड़ होगा. ऑलरेडी 10,000 करोड़ का कॉस्ट एस्केलेशन हो चुका है. इसलिए मुंबई करों के हितों में विशेष रूप से ये सबसे बड़ी फीडर लाइन है.
The rift between the MVA partners is quite obvious.
प्रश्न असा आहे की हा निर्णय आम्ही जो कार्यक्रम ठरवलेला होता त्याचा हा भाग नव्हता. त्याच्यात आम्हाला सगळ्यांची सामूहिक सहमती त्यावेळी नव्हती. पण हा निर्णय घेतल्याच्या नंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं. पण एकदा घेतल्याच्या नंतर कारण मंत्रिमंडळाच्या कामाची पद्धत असते.
Amid the massive political turmoil in Shiv Sena, it's not only the rebellion but also stake on the Shiv Sena symbol. All eyes will be on the Supreme Court today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And latest on Congress crisis in Goa, we are told that 5 of 11 Congress MLAs have gone incommunicado. In fact, to recap late last night's development, Congress has sacked Michael Lobo as leader of opposition in Goa after reports of him jumping ship came out. Congress has meanwhile accused Michael Lobo as well as Digambar Kamath of conspiring with the BJP. In fact, in another development, Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi has sent Mukul Wasnaik to Goa over defections in Congress. So, a lot of developments coming in from Goa. One, that 5 of 11 Congress MLAs have gone incommunicado. And 2, Mukul Wasnaik, who has been sent to Goa by the Congress top brass as defections are on a rise in Congress in Goa. So that is the latest coming in. Remember, Congress has accused Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamath of conspiring with the BJP, and 5 of 11 Congress MLAs, we are told have gone incommunicado. In fact, Congress has also sent Mukul Wasnaik to Goa over defections in Congress. And in more news, 2 days after the initial list of candidates was released, the candidates who were denied tickets opted to leave the party. Thus, Congress in Goa is facing revolt within the party. The first member to leave the party was Sameer Salgaonkar, a Congress leader and the son of independent lawmaker Anil Sangaonkar. Take a look at this report.
In 2019, 10 Congress MLAs circumvented the anti-defection law by defecting to the BJP en masse. 3 years on, and reports have surfaced of another mega rebellion in the Goa Congress camp with another defection on the cards. And the man in the center of the controversy is Congress MLA Michael Lobo, a political heavyweight who switched sides from BJP to Congress before the assembly elections. No sooner did reports surface of him planning to do a Ghar Wapsi and take with him 9 other MLAs, the Goa Congress immediately went into damage control mode, removing him as leader of opposition, while squarely accusing him, along with the former Chief Minister and Margao MLA Digambar Kamath, of engineering a defection.
One is the leader of our legislature party, Mr. Michael Lobo, and the other our former Chief Minister, Mr. Digambar Kamath. So both these people have been working in the background with the Bharatiya Janata Party. We have brought this to the notice of our High Command, and we will be taking action against them. Mr. Michael Lobo is immediately removed from the position of the Congress Legislature Party.
Amid reports of 5 out of 11 Congress MLAs going incommunicado, Congress Goa desk in charge confirmed that they were in touch with 6 MLAs.
But we are confident that whoever, we don't know, let us see how many people stay, how many people move. But we have our numbers today in this meeting itself, in this press conference. 5 of our MLAs are here. We definitely are in touch with some more MLAs, and I'm sure they'll also be along with us.
With the split in the Goa Congress now wide open, speculations were rife of Michael Lobo joining the BJP after he, along with some Congress leaders, called on Chief Minister Pramod Sawant at his official residence. Tight-lipped over the developments, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said he was unaware if the MLAs wanted to join the BJP and claimed it was customary for leaders to call on the Chief Minister before the start of the assembly session.
फाल्या असेंब्ली आसा वेगवेगळ्या विशयाचेर वेगवेगळे लोक येत आसतात. हांव म्हाज्या असेंब्लीच्या कामात बिजी आशिल्लो.
ते बीजेपीन येवपाचे आशिल्ले अशें आसलें न्हू.
हे पळय म्हाका आत्ताच्या घडीक असेंब्ली इज माय प्रायोरिटी. हांव असेंब्लीच्या कामाच्या गडबडीत आसा. असेंब्लीच्या कामाची तयारी सुरू आसा.
ओके कितले जाण येयले?
फाल्यां सकाळची असेंब्लीची तयारी हांव दीस पर्यंत करतालो. फाल्यां सकाळचे क्वेश्चन्स आनी हे ते ह्या बाकी सगळ्या विशयाचेर हांवें काडलेले.
काँग्रेसीन आरोप केला की दिगंबर आणि मायकल तुमकां फितूर असले म्हणून.
म्हाका कांयच खबर ना.
ते खरें ते तशे फितूर असले हे खरें?
बिलकुल ना. म्हाका ह्या विशयाचेर म्हाका कांयच खबर ना. ओके त्याचे हांवें सांगलें की फाल्यां असेंब्ली आसा. बाकी दुसऱ्या पक्षाच्या विशयाचेर हांव कित्याक उलयतलो?
Alarmed by the turn of events in Goa Congress, Party President Sonia Gandhi has asked MP Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa to oversee the latest political developments. Amid the political conundrum, the big question is, can the Congress keep its flock together, or will history repeat itself like in 2019? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And tracking the latest on the flood situation that remains grim in the south. In fact, rain continues to lash several parts of Karnataka. The visuals on your screens are from In fact, those are the visuals that we are playing from Gujarat, Karnataka as well as Telangana. Remember, the heavy rains continue to wreak havoc in several parts of the country. Several areas remain submerged in Gujarat's Valsad. Similar visuals have been coming in from Telangana and Karnataka as well. In fact, the IMD has issued a high alert for the next 3 days in a few districts of Telangana as well. And a holiday has also been announced in educational institutions in Telangana. In fact, let's play out a particular visual from Karnataka as well, which has come to light from Karnataka's Mandya district, where a high water inflow has been witnessed under the tricolour lighting post the heavy rains. So that is the latest coming in. The flood situation that remains grim in the south, particularly in Karnataka, where the IMD has issued a high alert, in Telangana for that matter as well. Let's play out that visual from Karnataka's Mandya district as well, where high water inflow was witnessed under the tricolour lighting post heavy rains. Well, those are the visuals, several visuals in fact that have come to light from the south. These are the visuals that have come to light from Karnataka, where heavy rains have wrought havoc in several districts. In this one coming in from Mandya district. In fact, the visuals on your screens are from Gujarat as well and Telangana, where a warning has also been issued and a public holiday has also been declared. And in more news coming in, this one, remember there has been a severe condemnation of the TMC Neta Mahua Moitra's remark over Ma Kali. TMC continues to be tight-lipped and sideline themselves from the whole uproar ignited by their own Neta, while unapologetic Mahua Moitra continues to attack those who condemn her and try to brazen her remark over Ma Kali. Prime Minister Modi has put out a stern message of harmony and peace for the nation.
As the outrage over film poster depicting goddess Kali smoking rages on, in Indore, the police has registered another case against the director of the film Kali against Leena Manimekalai.
बजरंग दल के तनु शर्मा और इनके कुछ साथी थाने पर एक लिखित आवेदन इन्होंने पेश किया, जिस पर से फिल्म काली की डायरेक्टर लीना मणि मेकलाई के विरुद्ध धारा 295 एक प्रकरण पंजीबद्ध किया गया है.
Meanwhile, BJP has given a clarion call demanding TMC to sack Mahua Moitra.
महुआ मोइत्रा ने जिस प्रकार से अपमानजनक शब्द बोले हैं, महुआ मित्रा जी के ऊपर अभी तक ममता बनर्जी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की है, ना उनके खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस निकला है. केवल और केवल हुस्न अफरोजी के लिए एक ट्वीट करके किनारा करने की कोशिश की है.
Mahua has quoted condemnation from all quarters.
बंगाल देख रहा है, देश की जनता देख रही है, माँ काली के करोड़ों श्रद्धालु बंगाल में जो हो रहा है, जो टीएमसी के माध्यम से किया जा रहा है, वो देख रहे हैं. ममता बनर्जी एक नज़र मुस्लिम वोट बैंक पर रखकर माँ काली के प्रकरण पे चुप्पी साधे रहेंगी. ये विवाद चलता रहेगा, क्योंकि बंगाल में जब तक ममता बनर्जी महुआ मोइत्रा को सस्पेंड नहीं करती, उन पर कार्रवाई नहीं करती, भाजपा ये आंदोलन जारी रखेगी.
But TMC Neta seems unfazed. Unapologetic Mahua attacks BJP again, taking to Twitter. She advised BJP to stop commenting on the Kali issue. TMC so far remained tight-lipped and continued to distance itself from Mahua's remark.
Recently, there has been a controversy over the poster of Ma Kali. AITC has condemned it on the very first day the poster surfaced. All India Trinamool Congress has not endorsed her views, and these views are her views in individual capacity.
Meanwhile, amid row over Kali poster, PM Modi sent out a big message of peace and harmony.
स्वामी रामकृष्ण परमहंस एक ऐसे संत थे जिन्होंने मां काली का स्पष्ट साक्षात्कार किया था। वो कहते थे, ये संपूर्ण जगत, ये चराचर, सब कुछ मां की चेतना से व्याप्त है। यही चेतना बंगाल की काली पूजा में दिखती है।
India has expressed its denunciation and rejection of insults of Ma Kali. But so far, there's no action by TMC against its Neta, Mahua Moitra. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, Supreme Court to hear today contempt case and pronounce Vijay Mallya's quantum of sentence. And complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Republic accesses visuals of ransacked ex-Prime Minister residence.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
मां काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। मां काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change the remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph, images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert.
And latest news coming in on Sidhu Moosewala's case. We are told that Lawrence Bishnoi has sought a safe haven alleging torture by cops in custody. Remember, the court will today hear gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's plea over alleged third-degree torture, what he says in Punjab police custody and denial of access to his lawyers while in custody. So the court is all set to hear the plea of Lawrence Bishnoi, who was alleged torture by the Punjab cops and denial of access to his lawyers while he is in custody. In fact, in a video statement released by Bishnoi's lawyer, he has claimed that Bishnoi was produced before the duty magistrate without any legal representation and has been sent to police custody without being allowed to plead his case. So Bishnoi there alleging torture in custody and alleging that Bishnoi also alleging that he is not being allowed to meet his lawyers and that the police has violated all rules related to arrest and the detention procedure. So the court is all set to hear the plea of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in Sidhu Moosewala case after the gangster Lawrence Bishnoi alleged torture by cops while he remains in custody. Slipping into a very short break, world this morning. Coming up on the other side, complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Republic accesses visuals of ransacked Prime Minister's residence.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You're watching World this morning. The headlines from across the globe: complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Republic accesses visuals of ransacked ex-Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's residence. As enraged protesters continue to throng streets of Sri Lanka amidst economic crisis, Pope appeals for peace and calm. Mass shooting in South Africa's Soweto. 15 dead, 3 others critically injured. Serbian top seed Novak Djokovic clinches 7th Wimbledon title, his 4th straight in a row, beating Kyrgios. Japan's ruling party wins big in polls in wake of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's death. Hello and welcome to this edition of World This Morning. I'm Rukma with you. Let's begin with our top story. Japan's governing party and its coalition partners scored a major victory in a parliamentary election on Sunday, imbued with meaning after the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Amid uncertainty about how his loss may affect party unity, the Liberal Democratic Party and its junior coalition partner Komeito raised their combined share in the 248-seat chamber to 146, far beyond the majority in the elections for half of the seats in the less powerful upper house. With this boost, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida stands to rule without interruption until a scheduled election in 2025. So breaking news now from Japan. In the wake of the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, his party wins big in the polls held on Sunday. And this clears the way for present Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's rule. More breaking news coming in. Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka has denied reports that India is sending troops to the island nation. Spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs of India added that India stands with the people of Sri Lanka. So, in the midst of all the chaos in Sri Lanka, India has come out with a statement regarding quashing all reports, all rumors that India is sending troops, clearing the air, saying that India is doing no such thing. Yes, India is not sending troops to Sri Lanka. India has quashed all such rumors, saying that India is not sending troops to Sri Lanka. The Indian High Commission spokesperson Arindam Bakshi has clarified, amidst many rumors that had and speculations, India is not sending troops to Sri Lanka. Amidst all the chaos in the neighboring country, India has been sending continuous aid instead. And in the midst of the Lankan crisis, here are exclusive visuals of protesters.
After protesters torched the private residence of Sri Lanka's former Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, Republic Media Network went on a ground zero to get a detailed report on a deeper perspective of the situation in the country and what happened in the past few days.
This is the famous Red Room. This is the second time it has been bombed. It has been destroyed, this room, in my lifetime. First was by leftists in 1965. Yes. And this is when they threw a what do you call a petrol bomb to my father, who was actually, it was aimed at my father, who was staying upstairs, but it came and knocked here. So this is the second time this room had been totally attacked. And there was a lot of valuables here, all coming down generations, all gone. Very only man in Sri Lanka doing this. In Sri Lanka, our first station doing this is the
The visuals show destroyed furniture, paintings and photographs inside former Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's private residence. It is pertinent to mention that Wickremesinghe's house was set on fire and his official car was completely vandalized. Ranil had tendered his resignation on Saturday. There has officially been no knowledge about the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa ever since protesters barged into the leader's office residence in humongous turnout on Saturday. There has been reports trickling down from Sri Lanka that protesters recovered Sri Lankan rupees 17 million cash in President's house. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka's main opposition parties held a special meeting to discuss the formation of all-new party government amid the unprecedented political turmoil. Agency report, Republic TV.
Pope Francis expressed his closeness to the suffering of the people of Sri Lanka. As he said, this country of 22 million people continues to endure political instability and the worst economic crisis in its history. Here's more in this report.
Pope Francis voiced his concerns over Sri Lanka in his Sunday remarks after the noon prayers at the Vatican.
Mi unisco al dolore del popolo dello Sri Lanka, che continua a subire gli effetti dell'instabilità politica ed economica.
He further added that he wants to renew his appeal for peace.
Insieme ai vescovi del paese rinnovo il mio appello alla pace. Imploro coloro che hanno autorità di non ignorare il grido dei poveri e le necessità della gente.
The pontiff also offered a special thought to the people of Libya and all those who are suffering because of the grave economic and social problems of the country.
Desidero rivolgere un pensiero speciale al popolo della Libia, in particolare ai giovani e a tutti coloro che soffrono a causa dei gravi problemi sociali ed economici del Paese. Esorto tutti a cercare nuovamente soluzioni convincenti, con l'aiuto della comunità internazionale, attraverso il dialogo costruttivo e la riconciliazione naturale.
Before saluting the crowd in the St. Peter's Square, Francis once again lamented that Ukraine's ordinary people are paying for the price of the daily brutal attacks.
Rinnovo la mia vicinanza al popolo ucraino, quotidianamente tormentato dai brutali attacchi di cui fa le spese la gente comune. Prego per tutte le famiglie, specialmente per le vittime, i feriti, i malati. Prego per gli anziani e per i bambini. Che Dio mostri la strada per porre fine a questa folle guerra.
Pope Francis today renewed his appeal for peace in Sri Lanka after the subsequent announcement by the President Rajapaksa that he will resign on July 13th. Agency report, Republic TV.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken at a news conference in the Thai capital Bangkok urged the country's parliament to act on behalf of the country as a whole and not favor any political side.
The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Washington was closely watching events in Sri Lanka after the country's president and prime minister offered to resign in the most dramatic day of months-long political turmoil.
This is something that we're closely following. We're looking at the political developments. We've seen now thousands of people of all backgrounds taking to the streets, looking for accountability, looking for transparency, looking for a better future.
Blinken visited Thailand too after attending a meeting of foreign ministers from the group of 20 rich and large developing countries in Indonesia. He also used his presence to criticize Southeast Asian nations for not doing enough to press the military government in neighboring Myanmar.
And I think all the ASEAN countries need to hold the regime accountable for that, to continue to demand an immediate cessation of violence, the release of political prisoners, and a restoration of Burma's democratic path.
In the past, Rajapaksa has also given a lot of troubles to the United States with his dismissal of allegations of war crimes of Sri Lanka's decade-long civil war and his close economic partnership with China. But recently, both the US and China have offered support to the once prosperous island. Agency report, Republic TV.
And now for some more international news. Thousands took part in a pride parade marching through Madrid on Saturday. Activists raised their voices for diversity and LGBTQ+ rights. 40 floats made their way through the city centre. The parade was originally meant to take place a week ago, however, was postponed due to the NATO summit. President Volodymyr Zelensky thanks the United States for approving a $400 million aid package for Ukraine. In an address, Zelensky says the package, which includes high-precision weapon systems, will allow them to take anti-terrorist steps to reduce the number of Russian missile strikes on Ukrainians. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, the 43-year-old Mufti Said Ismailov, one of the Muslim spiritual leaders of Ukraine, had already resolved that he would step aside from his religious duties to fight. He was one of dozens of Ukrainian Muslims who gathered at the mosque in Donetsk to mark Eid al-Adha, the important religious holiday in Islam. Novak Djokovic expressed his sympathies for rival Rafael Nadal, who had to pull out of the Wimbledon tournament this year due to an abdominal tear. The Serbian explained that he too had faced a similar situation during his Australian Open clash against Taylor Fritz last year, but could manage the pain fairly well. Liverpool touched down in Bangkok on Sunday, the first time the Reds have visited Asia since 2017. Jurgen Klopp has brought with him a 37-man squad, bulked up by a host of youth players for games against Manchester United and Crystal Palace this week. And in latest news about the assassination of former Prime Minister of Japan Shinzo Abe, Tetsuya Yamagami, the suspect in the assassination will be detained and questioned by police in Nara city for another night. He will then be transferred to the custody of the local prosecutor's office. All the details in our next report.
The suspect Yamagami in the murder of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was transferred after being detained at police station for 2 days. Abe was shot in the western city of Nara on 8th of July and was airlifted to a hospital but died of blood loss. Immediately, the police arrested a man at the scene who is also identified as former member of Japan's Navy. As an evidence, the police confiscated a homemade gun along with several other weapons at the suspect's apartment. The man Yamagami told investigators that he believed that Abe was connected to an organization that he resents. It was later found out that the accused Yamagami developed a hatred toward a religious group that his mother was very fond of, but no such report specified any group. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up next on World This Morning, after a very short break, in the mass shooting reported from South Africa's Soweto, 15 are reported dead, 3 others critically injured. Also coming up, Serbian top seed Novak Djokovic clinches 7th Wimbledon title, his 4th straight in a row, beating Nick Kyrgios.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha,
You're watching World This Morning, and our news from South Africa in the mass shooting at a tavern in South Africa's Soweto, which took place in the early hours of Sunday morning. 15 people are reported dead and 3 others are in critical condition. As per the police, a group of men arrived in a vehicle and opened fire on some of the patrons at the bar. Investigations into the matter are underway. Take a look.
The police in Johannesburg's Soweto area of Nomzamo reported that a mass shooting at a bar left 15 people dead and several in a serious condition.
But the good news is that one injured person also discharged. Yeah, that's what we have. But the investigation for now, I can say all evidence on the crime scene is being lifted, taken, packaged nicely for analysis.
According to the police, a group of men arrived in a minibus taxi and opened fire on some of the patrons at the bar late Saturday night. Those injured have been taken to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. A patron and survivor of the tavern shooting said that he only survived by hiding under a pool table.
Into yenzakele siswami lihlala iphule lapha bephuza konwatyiwa base ungena abantu nje kudutyula mina ngomunye wabanye abasindile khona ukuthi ingena ngaphansi kwesinunka then uningi labantu nje uluvele ladubuleka nje mina ngisine ukuthi ingena ngaphansi kwesinunka and ngiphume lapho mhlawumbe mase kupheleni awu ngoba sengibona abanye besukuma becheck ukuthi ngoba ubani abasindile ubani abenzakelile ngabe nami ngiyaphuma ngaphansi kwesinuka ngiyachecka ngizama abantu ukuthi
Another eyewitness said she was not surprised when she heard gunshots and that they have gotten used to the sound of gunshots in this area.
Sive izibhamu sisitsho besihlele ezindlini kuba ke sesijwayele ukuthi kule ndawo kuhlala kunezibhamu kudutshulwa so asinayo lanto ukuthi sithi kakugqitha udutshulwa siphume siyojonga ndizovusa ngumfana wase next door athi hey into endibone emazulwini kubi abantu balele uncubeko ulele phaya ndithi ke mina uncubeko wapi abe sesitsho ke okay ndiphume ndicinga abafowethu ndithi hey mfethu asiyani ngijime ngifike la ajamba lezi ntambo eziboshwe la.
The shooting in Soweto bar comes 2 weeks after 21 teenagers were found dead in a tavern in the city of East London. Agency report for Republic TV.
And in other news, Norwegian striker Erling Haaland was officially revealed as a Manchester City player in front of hundreds of fans outside of the Etihad Stadium. The former Borussia Dortmund player joined in with the singing and chants from City supporters and even got a scare from the confetti cannon.
Norwegian striker Erling Haaland was officially revealed as Manchester City player on Sunday in front of hundreds of fans outside the Etihad Stadium.
Which team are you most looking forward to playing against?
Gotta be United.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't like to say the word, but Manchester United, yeah.
The former Borussia Dortmund player joined in with signing and chants from City supporters and even got a scare from the confetti cannon.
Yeah, of course. True, my dad. Of
yeah, your
course,
dad, yeah, obviously.
Of course, but in City I have many jerseys at home from Aguero, I have to say. So of course him.
Haaland admitted he is looking forward to playing in Manchester United in the Premier League.
Expectations for this season is to come into the new team, to get to know everyone, of course, now, and to get the connection straight ahead, and to have fun. When I have fun, I score goals, I win games. Yeah, it's easy.
He was joined by Argentine forward Julian Alvarez and German goalkeeper Stefan Ortega Moreno at the summer signings event. Agency report for Republic TV.
And more news from Wimbledon. Prince George put on a spirited display during the Wimbledon men's singles finals as he sat and watched between parents Prince William and Kate Middleton. Here's a report.
The Duchess of Cambridge arrived at Wimbledon with her eldest son, Prince George, to watch the men's final between Nick and Novak. The pair were met at the entrance to the All England Club by club officials and by Prince William to embrace his son. The royal couple introduced Prince George to members of the club staff and other officials before they were escorted to their seats. The Duchess is patron of all the England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club and a regular fixture at the championships in the southwest London. The Duchess is expected to present trophies to both the winner and the runner-up during a post-match ceremony. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in breaking news from Wimbledon, Serbian top seed Novak Djokovic clinches his 7th Wimbledon title, his 4th straight in a row, beating Nick Kyrgios.
Meaningful and special, and so I'm very blessed and very thankful to be standing here with the trophy. And I always dreamed of coming here, realizing meaningful and special, and so I'm very blessed and very thankful to be standing here with the trophy. And I always dream.
And mega welcome for EPS coming up next on the Morning Express. All the details on that. And And news about the Amarnath Yatra continues in the cloudburst tragedy. Amidst the cloudburst tragedy, the Yatra resumes in Amarnath. Pilgrims leave from base camps. Also coming up, the top court today to hear a slew of petitions by the Uddhav and Shinde camps as the fate of both Shiv Sena and the new government in Maharashtra is to be decided.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha, on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
Major crisis in the Goa Congress party. Sacks leader of opposition Michael Lobo. 5 MLAs are incommunicado. The top court will hear a slew of petitions by Uddhav Thackeray and the Shinde camp today as the fate of both the Shiv Senas and the new government is decided. The Supreme Court will hear a contempt case and pronounce Vijay Mallya's quantum of sentence today. Heavy rains wreak havoc across the country. The IMD issues a warning for a few districts in Telangana. Flooding scenes in Gujarat and Karnataka as well. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, hours after the Amarnath Yatra resumed, inclement weather conditions have halted the Yatra yet again. Now, the Yatra couldn't leave Panchtarini base due to the rains at Panchtarini and the Holy Cave. The next review is expected at around 8 a.m. Now, do remember that weather in that part of the area has been extremely unsavory, and of course what we are seeing is the Yatra being halted shortly after it was resumed. Gursimran is reporting on this. Gursimran, good morning. Give us more details.
Nupur, it was scheduled to start at 5 in the morning, but due to inclement weather conditions, heavy rainfall at Panchtarini as well as the holy cave of Baba Barfani, the Yatra has been halted, and next review will be done in a short while from now. The reason that the officials are giving to halt the Yatra, that there is no major base camp between Panchtarni and the Holy Cave, and if it continues to rain heavily, then it won't be possible to accommodate the Yatris who are leaving from the Panchtarni base camp, and that's why they haven't been allowed to move to the Holy Cave. While on the other hand, the Yatra from Bhagwati Nagar base camp of Jammu for both Baltal and Pahalgam has left early morning, and they are on their way to the respective base camps. So now a review will be done in a short while for the Yatra, which is at Panchtarni, and they will be allowed hopefully very soon as the weather improves to pay obeisance at the Holy Cave of Baba Barfani.
All right, so that's the latest that we are getting right now from Gursimran. We are given to understand that the Amarnath Yatra for now has been halted. This is after inclement weather conditions forced organizers to halt the Yatra. All right, so visuals on your screen are of the these visuals are of the grand welcome that is being given to Edapadi Palaniswamy. This is ahead of the AIADMK's meeting that takes place today. Now, this is the General Council meeting that is taking place. The AIADMK president, of course, had announced that they've decided to hold this General Council meeting. It begins at about 9:15 a.m., I think. And after all the 23 resolutions of the General Committee members rejected, the supporters, of course, of O. Paneerselvam, who want to have a dual leadership format in the party, had staged a walkout in that earlier meeting. So pictures on your screen or of the welcome being given to Palaniswamy. That there are two camps in the AIADMK, the EPS versus OPS camp, and we are seeing a tussle over the leadership of the AIADMK. Now, there was, of course, talk of the dual leadership format, but that didn't really work out. And earlier on, we saw that 23 resolutions that were put before the General Committee were rejected. And thereafter, of course, there is a General Council meeting that is taking place today. Now, this is the EPS camp, which is out in full flow. They are welcoming EPS to the General Council meeting. What happens from here on, of course, will decide how the AIADMK moves forward as a political outfit. This, of course, is seen as a legacy battle as well between EPS and OPS. Now, the former Chief Minister EPS and the former Deputy Chief Minister OPS, of course, have been in this tussle for the AIADMK. Let's go across to Pragadesh, who's reporting on this. Pragadesh, good morning. Pragadesh, give us a sense of what we are expecting at this General Council meeting that takes place today. Now, the last meeting, of course, did not go too well.
Yes, the last meeting that took place on June 23rd was disrupted midway, and the second leg of that meeting was scheduled for July 11, which is today, which will resume shortly after the High Court's decision on whether the dual leadership will be sustained. But right now, it seems like EPS has majority vote. And because of that, EPS's supporters and followers are gathering in large numbers in the city of Chennai, and they take processions. The fate of the OPS-EPS camp will be decided in the next couple of hours.
All right. Thank you, Pragadesh, for bringing us those details. So, visuals on your screen, of course, as you see, are of EPS's supporters. Well, these visuals on your screen are of a case of shocking apathy. Now, this is heart-wrenching. It's a video that's come in from Morena in Madhya Pradesh. In these pictures, you can see an 8-year-old child seen sitting with the body of his 2-year-old brother in his arms as his father looked for an ambulance. Now, hospital authorities allegedly did not arrange for an ambulance for the child. The police helped the father and the child, and later on intervened and sent the child's body to the village. The hospital management is now avoiding questions on this. Now, the sequence of events that followed was such that this child was brought by his father to this hospital, which is the biggest hospital. His village, of course, is about 30 kilometers away. The child unfortunately passed away, and thereafter the hospital asked for about 1,500 rupees to arrange for the child's body to be sent back. Now, the father, who's the only breadwinner, did not have the money, and thereafter they told the hospital told the father and the child to leave from the premises. Well, the big news story this morning. The top court is all set to hear several petitions pertaining to Maharashtra politics today, and with its decision is connected the fate of the present Shinde-Fadnavis government in Maharashtra.
As the Supreme Court gets ready to hear key issues from Maharashtra, including the governor calling upon Fadnavis and Shinde to form the next government, to the speaker and the speaker's election, the very controversial speaker's election in Maharashtra, to even the issue of disqualification. Today, that's Monday, is a very significant day because the Supreme Court will decide how the Maharashtra issue is settled, and our focus will be on what happens inside the Supreme Court. So we will get you the fastest updates from inside the courtroom and the political reactions from Mumbai and Delhi as the story develops.
A big day for Maharashtra in the Supreme Court today. The top court will hear a slew of petitions related to Maharashtra politics, the first being Uddhav Thackeray opposing to the governor's decision to invite Eknath Shinde to form a new government. Uddhav has sought suspension of the newly appointed Chief Minister of the state. After Uddhav stepped down as Chief Minister on June 29th, Eknath Shinde was sworn in as the new Chief Minister and BJP's Devendra Fadnavis as his deputy.
मी गेल्या बुधवारीच आपल्याला सगळ्यांना सांगून वर्षा हे निवासस्थान शासकीय निवासस्थान सोडलं माझ्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो आपल्या मातोश्रीमध्ये आलो आज मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा देखील त्याग करत आहे.
Another petition by Uddhav Thackeray challenges the new speaker's decision to recognize Bharat Gogavale as the chief whip, replacing Uddhav faction Sunil Prabhu. The fate of 16 rebel MLAs who were disqualified by Uddhav Thackeray will also be decided today. The Shinde faction in return had challenged the disqualification against them, while Shinde-Fadnavis government took charge.
जो कांजूर मार्ग की बात की जाती है, पता नहीं हाई कोर्ट से ऑर्डर कब होगा, किसके फेवर में होगा. जब ऑर्डर होगा उसके बाद 4 साल कंस्ट्रक्शन को लगेंगे और कॉस्ट एस्केलेशन कम से कम 10 से 15 हजार करोड़ होगा. ऑलरेडी 10,000 करोड़ का कॉस्ट एस्केलेशन हो चुका है. इसलिए मुंबई करों के हितों में विशेष रूप से ये सबसे बड़ी फीडर लाइन है.
The rift between the MVA partners is quite obvious.
प्रश्न असा आहे की हा निर्णय आम्ही जो कार्यक्रम ठरवलेला होता त्याचा हा भाग नव्हता. त्याच्यात आम्हाला सगळ्यांची सामूहिक संमती त्यावेळी नव्हती. पण हा निर्णय घेतल्याच्या नंतर माझ्या लक्षात आलं. पण एकदा घेतल्याच्या नंतर कारण मंत्रिमंडळाच्या कामाची पद्धत असते.
Amid the massive political turmoil in Shiv Sena, it's not only the rebellion but also stake on the Shiv Sena symbol. All eyes will be on the Supreme Court today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, even as the battle for the Shiva Sena really reaches the top court today, the Shiva Sena president, that's of the Uddhav Thackeray faction, has called for a meeting of party MPs today to take a decision on next week's presidential elections. Talking to PTI on Sunday, Vinayak Raut, the Shiva Sena MP from Sindhudurg, said the meeting will be held at 12 noon. Some Shiva Sena MPs had earlier asked the leadership to support Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's candidate. So that's a key meeting that's lined up today over who the Shiva Sena will support as the presidential candidate. Draupadi Murmu, of course, is the NDA's candidate, and she's largely seen to be the candidate who could be the next president of the country. And here's a look at some more news in brief. 2 days after the initial list of candidates was revealed, the candidates who were denied tickets have opted to leave the party. Thus, the Congress in Goa is facing a revolt from within the party. The first member to leave the party was Samir Salgaonkar, a Congress leader and the son of independent lawmaker Anil Salgaonkar. Dinesh Gundu Rao, the head of the Congress's Goa unit, has announced during a news conference that Michael Lobo, who'd been fired by the INC from his position of leader of opposition in the Goa Legislative Assembly. After Dinesh Gundu Rao was fired by the INC, he claimed that the BJP was trying for a two-thirds split, wanting at least 8 MLAs to leave the party. After the Congress fired Michael Lobo, there's a buzz that Lobo might join the BJP in Goa, but the Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant refused any such rumours. Whether or not the Madras High Court will allow or stall the AIADMK's General Council meeting will be known only a few minutes before the event, which is scheduled to commence today. The General Council must approve 16 items on the agenda for the meeting, including the selection of EPS as the temporary General Secretary of the party, and then a discussion over the election process. Now, in what is being seen as a great move forward for the Indian space program, we are now hearing that the Union Minister Jitendra Singh has announced that India will send astronauts to space as early as next year. Now, this, of course, is being seen as a huge announcement that's coming in and will be a boost for India's space program.
कि अगले वर्ष हमारा भारतीय मूल का एक मानव 1 या 2 अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे। हमारे गगनयान की तैयारी हो चुकी है। उससे पहले इस वर्ष के अंत तक 2 ट्रायल फ्लाइट्स की जाएंगी। पहला एक मिशन जाएगा, उसके बाद दूसरा जाएगा जिसमें रोबो जाएगी, एक फीमेल रोबो एस्ट्रोनॉट जिसका नाम वायुमित्र रखा गया है। और फिर इन दोनों फ्लाइट्स के अनुभव के आधार पर
फीमेल जाएगी, वो कहाँ की?
फीमेल रोबो
पहले खाली जाएगा,
पहले खाली, और फिर जो तीसरा जाएगा उसमें हमारे 2 या 3 एस्ट्रोनॉट, उसका भी अंतिम निर्णय होगा, वो जाएंगे।
Well, Kanhaiya Lal was hacked to death at his tailoring shop in Udaipur on the 28th of June over a social media post in support of the now suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. A 7th person in connection with the killing of the tailor has now been arrested by the police.
A 46-year-old Kanhaiya Lal was hacked to death at his tailoring shop in Udaipur on June 28. The National Investigation Agency has arrested the 7th accused in this case. The 31-year-old accused has been identified as Farhad Muhammad alias Babla. Reportedly, he was a close associate of Riaz Attari, who is the main accused in the brutal killing of Kanhaiya Lal. The gruesome attack by Riaz on the tailor was recorded on a phone by Guz Muhammad and was posted online. The two main accused, Asif and Mohsin, were arrested within a few hours of committing the crime. The fifth accused, Mohammad Mohsin, and sixth accused, Wasim Ali, were arrested on July 6 and July 8. The Rajasthan cabinet has decided to provide government jobs to the sons of Kanhaiya Lal. This appointment will be provided under Rule 6C of Rajasthan Subordinate Office Clerk Service Amendment Rules 2008 and 2009. This gruesome murder allegedly took place over a social media post in support of now suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, there has been wide condemnation of the TMC Neta Mahua Moitra's remark over Goddess Kali. The TMC continues to remain tight-lipped and has distanced itself from the uproar ignited by their own Neta. And unapologetic Mahua Moitra continues to attack those who condemn her. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has now put out a message of harmony and peace for the nation. Here's more.
As the outrage over film poster depicting Goddess Kali smoking rages on, in Indore, the police has registered another case against the director of the film Kali against Leena Manimekalai.
बजरंग दल के तनु शर्मा और इनके कुछ साथी थाने पर एक लिखित आवेदन इन्होंने पेश किया, जिस पर से फिल्म काली की डायरेक्टर लीना मणि मेकलाई के विरुद्ध धारा 295 एक प्रकरण पंजीबद्ध किया गया है.
Meanwhile, BJP has given a clarion call demanding TMC to sack Mahua Moitra.
महुआ मोइत्रा ने जिस प्रकार से अपमानजनक शब्द बोले हैं, महुआ मित्रा जी के ऊपर अभी तक ममता बनर्जी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की है, न उनके खिलाफ लुकआउट नोटिस निकला है. केवल और केवल हुस्न अफरोजी के लिए एक ट्वीट करके किनारा करने की कोशिश की है.
Mahua has quoted condemnation from all quarters.
बंगाल देख रहा है, देश की जनता देख रही है, माँ काली के करोड़ों श्रद्धालु बंगाल में जो हो रहा है, जो टीएमसी के माध्यम से किया जा रहा है, वो देख रहे हैं. ममता बनर्जी एक नज़र मुस्लिम वोट बैंक पर रखकर माँ काली के प्रकरण पे चुप्पी साधे रहेंगी. ये विवाद चलता रहेगा, क्योंकि बंगाल में जब तक ममता बनर्जी महुआ मोइत्रा को सस्पेंड नहीं करती, उन पर कार्रवाई नहीं करती, भाजपा ये आंदोलन जारी रखेगी.
But TMC Neta seems unfazed. Unapologetic Mahua attacks BJP again, taking to Twitter. She advised BJP to stop commenting on the Kali issue. TMC so far remained tight-lipped and continued to distance itself from Mahua's remark.
Recently, there has been a controversy over the poster of Ma Kali. AITC has condemned it. On the very first day, the poster surfaced. All India Trinamool Congress has not endorsed her views, and these views are her views in individual capacity.
Meanwhile, amid row over Kali poster, PM Modi sent out a big message of peace and harmony.
स्वामी रामकृष्ण परमहंस एक ऐसे संत थे जिन्होंने मां काली का स्पष्ट साक्षात्कार किया था. वो कहते थे, ये संपूर्ण जगत, ये चराचर, सब कुछ मां की चेतना से व्याप्त है. यही चेतना बंगाल की काली पूजा में दिखती है.
India has expressed its denunciation and rejection of insults of Ma Kali. But so far, there's no action by TMC against its Neta, Mahua Moitra. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, as unrest, of course, continues in Sri Lanka, we have seen massive damage that was caused to the Prime Minister's private residence. Sri Lankan police so far have arrested 3 people for setting Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe's private residence on fire. Here's an exclusive report from the vandalized PM's residence.
Amid the massive political and economic crisis in Sri Lanka, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13th. After party leaders in parliament demanded both the Prime Minister and the President to step down, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil agreed to resign on Saturday.
As a citizen, as a Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Highlighting one of the centre's policy called Neighbourhood First.
Sri Lankan crisis is obviously a very, very serious matter. And it's a very, very serious matter, not now, not this week, but it is something which has been building over a period of time. Now, Prime Minister Modi has a policy which you are all familiar with called Neighbourhood First. Neighbourhood First means that we make a special effort to try and support our neighbours in a manner in which obviously it also meets with their requirements.
Union External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar assured providing support to the country.
There is of course a bigger issue, which is really how do you manage your finances, and how do you have a prudent fiscal policy. So in many ways there are issues relating to the management of the economy, but at the moment our focus is really on helping them.
The Minister of External Affairs also informed that India has given Sri Lanka line of credit. This has allowed the essential commodities to reach the people of Sri Lanka for the past several months, including the purchase of fuel. The Union Minister also said that Indian government has pledged $3.8 billion in support of the crisis-hit nation.
We have given them a line of credit which has kept essential commodities flowing to them from India for the last many months. We also gave them a line of credit for the purchase of fuel. We have, because of the trade, they were not able to settle their trade payments for the last few months, in fact from the beginning of this year. So for this year alone we have committed about $3.8 billion.
This comes after the private residence of Prime Minister Ranil, which was attacked and vandalized by protesters on July 9 and was set on fire. Valuables such as furniture, paintings, historic family photographs and more have been destroyed. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now, after the decision was taken to resume the Amarnath Yatra from the 11th of July, there was an immediate need to create a different route to the holy cave for the Yatris away from the water channel. Now, troops of the Indian Army set to the task immediately and worked overnight to clear the area and prepare an alternative route, carrying out ground levelling and preparing stairs using sandbags. So those pictures on your screens are of the brave Indian Army Jawans who are helping Amarnath Yatris. This particular visual, of course, is of the troops of the Indian Army essentially working overnight to clear the entire area where the mudslide took place and thereafter preparing an alternative route. They leveled the ground and used sandbags to create stairs for people to move about. Do remember that there has been, the Amarnath Yatra, of course, has been hit by inclement weather. We saw a mudslide which several lives were lost, and even this morning there has been a suspension of the Amarnath Yatra due to inclement weather. And as rains continue to cause havoc across the countries, there have been floods reported in Valsad.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change in remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour.
Top headlines this morning: major crisis in Goa. Congress party sacks leader of opposition Michael Lobo, 5 MLAs incommunicado. Top court to hear a slew of petitions filed by Uddhav and Shinde camp today as fate of both Shiv Sena and new government will be decided. Supreme Court to hear contempt case and pronounce Vijay Mallya's quantum of sentence today. Heavy rains wreak havoc across the country. IMD issues warning for few Telangana districts. Flooding meanwhile continues in Gujarat and Karnataka as well. Serbian top seed clinches his 7th Wimbledon title, his 4th straight in a row, beat Nick Kyrgios.
Very thankful to be standing here with the trophy. And I always...
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to the Morning Express. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in about the Amarnath Yatra, which we are told, in fact, we are getting visuals of the Amarnath Holy Cave. Remember, hours after the Amarnath Yatra resumed, inclement weather conditions have halted the Yatra once again. The Yatra, remember, could not leave the Panchtarni base camp due to heavy rains in this particular area and the Holy Cave. Next review is expected is expected shortly. So the Yatra that was scheduled to resume has been halted due to the inclement weather conditions. In fact, those are the fresh visuals as well that we are getting from the Amarnath Holy Shrine. The Yatra has been temporarily suspended because of the heavy rains in the area. Remember, the flash floods has claimed lives of 16 people, beg your pardon, because of the cloudburst that happened in this particular area that resulted in flash floods. 16 people have died because of the flash floods, and the latest that is coming in this hour is that the Yatra has been temporarily suspended owing to the bad weather conditions. We'll be going across to our reporters as well to get us the latest on the situation in Amarnath. But those are the fresh visuals that we are getting from the Amarnath Holy Cave, where the Yatra has been suspended because of the bad weather conditions. It's been halted because of the inclement weather, as I just mentioned. And these are in fact the fresh morning visuals that we are getting from the holy shrine area. Remember, the Yatra had resumed late last night, but it has now been halted again because of the bad weather conditions. Remember, the flash floods in Amarnath has claimed lives of 16 people. In fact, more than 60 people were injured because of the flash floods. And now, because of the bad weather conditions, the Yatra has been suspended yet again. And tracking the latest on the flood situation in several states, these are the visuals that we are getting from Gujarat, where houses have been submerged due to the floods in Valsad districts of Gujarat. In fact, flood situation remains critical in the state of Gujarat, as well as heavy rains continue to pound south as well as central Gujarat. We are told 1,500 people have been evacuated in south as well as central Gujarat, and heavy rainfall is likely in the next 5 days as well. In fact, particularly the Valsad district, where the situation remains grim. These are the fresh visuals that we are getting from the Valsad district of Gujarat, where houses you can see are submerged because of heavy rains that have lashed this particular district. In fact, situation remains critical in Navsari district as well. In total, we are told 1,500 people have been evacuated so far in south and central Gujarat. Roads, bridges and causeways have been damaged because of the heavy rains that continue to lash the state of Gujarat, particularly the south and central Gujarat. In fact, in Valsad district, which remains on high alert, 400 people have been evacuated so far, as the river is in spate. In fact, these are the visuals that we are getting. We'll continue to get you more on that. But as of now, the situation remains grim in this particular district of Gujarat. Well, these are the visuals that we are getting of a grand welcome that's been given to Edappi Palaniswamy. The party cadre, we can see, has gathered in large numbers for the grand welcome to Palaniswamy ahead of the General Council meeting. So ahead of the General Council meeting, we can see the kind of welcome that is being given to Palaniswamy. You can see the visuals of the convoy as well. In fact, that is the AIADMK cadre that is all set to give a grand welcome to EPS ahead of the General Council meet, which will take place today. We'll go across to Pragadish as well, who's tracking all the latest on that. But for now, these are the visuals, in fact, in which you can see the party cadre that has gathered in huge numbers, holding the flags there ahead of that General Council meeting. So these are the visuals that we are getting of the party cadre, the AIADMK cadre, which is in power. In fact, beg your pardon, the opposition party in the state of Tamil Nadu, which is all set to give a big welcome, a grand welcome to Palaniswamy. And as you can see, that is in fact a mega battle for the AIADMK as well. If we talk about the power within power tussle within the AIADMK. So General Council meeting, which is scheduled for today. And ahead of that General Council meet, we can see the grand welcome which is being given, which is being prepared, that can be seen on the screens as well for Palaniswamy. And on to more news then, this one from Goa, after it was reported that the Goa MLA Michael Lobo and the opposition MLAs were switching sides to the BJP. The Congress party has sacked Michael Lobo from the post of leader of opposition in the Goa Legislative Assembly, meanwhile claiming that he, along with former Chief Minister Digambar, conspired with the BJP to weaken the party in the state. In fact, remember last evening, Michael Lobo and some of the MLAs called on the Chief Minister as well. When confronted, Pramod Sawant, the Chief Minister, remained tight-lipped over the issue, claiming that he was unaware if Michael Lobo along with the other MLAs are joining the BJP.
As the monsoon session of the Goa Legislative Assembly begins, all is not well in the opposition after Congress charged two of its MLAs for conspiring with the BJP to defect and weaken the opposition.
There's a Maharashtra-like situation developing in Goa, with the Goa unit of the Congress party facing a huge rebellion. And the Congress party has gone on record to admit that there could be a split in the party, a split with several leaders of the Congress perhaps jumping ship. Now, some of the big names involved here are Michael Lobo, Digambar Kamath, both of whom have been removed from key positions within the party. Now, these were the faces of the Congress in Goa that went into elections a few months back. And today, if these leaders have been removed from their positions and are possibly looking to jump ship, then it's a sign that all's not well within the Congress party. And it hasn't been, but it's a critical day in Goa today because the assembly session starts and the Chief Minister says that it was a routine meeting between these Congress leaders and him on Sunday. But will the party, that is the Congress party, en masse switch to the BJP? All eyes on Goa.
Tight-lipped over the developments, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said he was unaware if the Congress MLAs wanted to join the BJP and claimed it was customary for leaders to call on him before the start of the assembly session.
फाल्यां असेंब्ली आसा वेगवेगळ्या विशयाचेर वेगवेगळे लोक येत आसतात हांव म्हाज्या असेंब्लीच्या कामात बिजी आशिल्लो
न्हू ते बीजेपीन येवपाचे आशिल्ले अशें आसलें न्हू
हे पळय म्हाका आत्ताच्या घडीक असेंब्ली इज माय प्रायोरिटी हांव असेंब्लीच्या कामाच्या गडबडीत आसा असेंब्लीच्या कामाची तयारी सुरू आसा
ओके कितले जाण येयले
फाल्यां सकाळची असेंब्लीची तयारी हांव आयज दिसपर्यंतच करतालो फाल्यां सकाळचे क्वेश्चन्स आनी हे ते ह्या बाकी सगळ्या विशयाचेर आमी कल्लेले
काँग्रेसीन आरोप केला की दिगंबर आणि मायकल तुमकां फितूर असले
म्हाका कांयच खबर ना
ते खरें ते तशे फितूर असले हे खरें
बिलकुल ना म्हाका ह्या विशयाचेर म्हाका कांयच खबर ना ओके त्याचे हांवें सांगलें की फाल्यां असेंब्ली आसा बाकी दुसऱ्या पक्षाच्या विशयाचेर हांव कित्याक उलयतां.
Alarmed by the turn of events in Goa Congress, Party President Sonia Gandhi has asked MP Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa to oversee the latest political developments. Amid the political conundrum, the big question is, can the Congress keep its flock together or will history repeat itself like in 2019? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News in brief, soon after the Amarnath Yatra resumed after 48 hours of suspension by the officials following an unfortunate event of sudden cloudburst that claimed lives of 16 people and injured several others. It has been suspended yet again for a brief period because of bad weather conditions. Weeks after Eknath Shinde took over reign as Maharashtra Chief Minister and Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister, a petition has been filed by the Uddhav Thackeray faction in the Supreme Court that seeks to challenge the appointment of rebel BJP coalition led by Eknath Shinde as Maharashtra Chief Minister. Meanwhile, a bench headed by Justice Indira Banerjee will be hearing this plea. Court will today hear gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's plea over alleged third-degree torture to him in Punjab police custody and denial of access to his lawyers as well while he is in custody. In a video statement released to the media, Bishnoi's lawyer has claimed that Bishnoi was produced before the duty magistrate without any legal representation and has been sent to police custody without being allowed to plead his case. The Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict today on Abu Salim's plea that his life sentence in 1993 Mumbai blasts case should be reduced to 25 years. The government of India at the time of extradition had pronounced the Portuguese government the maximum sentence would not be more than 25 years. Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting of the party MPs to take a decision on the next week's presidential election. Sena MP from Sindhudurg, Vinayak Raut, said the meeting will be held at 12 noon today. The meeting has been set up to discuss party's stand on presidential elections, which is slated to take place on 18th of July. The IMD, meanwhile, has issued a red alert for the coastal districts of Karnataka as heavy rains are expected to continue in the region for next 3 days as well. A warning has also been issued for the fishing community to not venture into the sea. Meanwhile, schools and colleges have been shut down for the meantime because of heavy rains in the state. The IMD has issued high alert in a few districts of Telangana for the next 3 days. Many areas in the state have seen flood-like situations as well, and people have been asked not to venture out. Meanwhile, the Telangana Chief Minister KCR has ordered schools and colleges to be shut for the next 3 days. The Ministry of Earth Sciences, Jitendra Singh, announced that 102 Indian origin astronauts will go to the space next year. He said that at least 2 trials will be conducted by the end of this year.
कि अगले वर्ष हमारा भारतीय मूल का एक मानव 1 या 2 अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे। हमारे गगनयान की तैयारी हो चुकी है। उससे पहले इस वर्ष के अंत तक 2 ट्रायल फ्लाइट्स की जाएंगी। पहला एक मिशन जाएगा, उसके बाद दूसरा जाएगा जिसमें रोबो जाएगी, एक फीमेल रोबो एस्ट्रोनॉट जिसका नाम वायु।
Well, these are the dramatic visuals that are coming to light of the EPS and OPS factions that have resorted to fighting. In fact, in the visuals, you can see how they've come to blows. A dramatic scuffle that has broken out just outside of the AIADMK headquarters. And of course, this just ahead of that key meeting, which is scheduled to take place today. In fact, in the visuals, you can see how the police is trying to ease the tensions as the EPS and OPS factions have resorted to fighting. They've come to blows. We'll go across to Pragadish as well to get us more information, but as you can see, the OPS and EPS cadre is completely divided, the AIADMK in fighting, which continues. Let's once again take a look at that scuffle that has broken out between the EPS and OPS factions. And our executive editor Niranjan is joining us to give more details. Niranjan, if you could tell us what is even happening within the AIADMK at this point.
Well, it's for the last few days and weeks, AIADMK, EPS and OPS factions have been fighting out within the court. And, the Madras High Court is to decide, and that is the key point, that the Madras High Court is going to decide. And then the whole story is that OPS used to be seen as the political heir to the former party chief, or the former chief minister, J. Jayalalitha, while EPS had back then enjoyed overwhelming support from party voters.
All right, Niranjan, thank you for giving us all those details. So that is, of course, the latest coming in, a street fight that has broken out between the OPS and EPS cadres, and that is clearly visible in the visuals as well. And this, of course, comes just ahead of the key meeting, which is scheduled to take place today. Well, Niranjan continues to be with us. Niranjan, if you could talk to us about Well, we'll get more information on that, but this, as you can see in those visuals, a dramatic scuffle that has broken out between the two factions within the AIADMK, and this just ahead of that crucial meet which will take place today. And battle, of course, has gone to the court as well. And in the visuals that have surfaced, you can see how the EPS and OPS cadre have broken out into a fight. Slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the latest on the Amarnath situation as the Yatra remains. In fact, we are told it has resumed amid the bad weather conditions. And it's a big AIADMK key meet today. Power tussle that continues within the AIADMK.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat Frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat Frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan.
Tracking the latest on the Sri Lanka crisis, latest news that is coming in. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has officially informed Prime Minister Wickremesinghe that he will be resigning as previously announced, and that is a confirmation as well coming in by from the Sri Lanka's Prime Minister's office. So President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who's all set to resign, an official announcement that has also been made. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of the country dealing from severe economic crisis, and now Sri Lankan president informing about the Prime Minister's resignation. So an official word coming there on the resignation of the Prime Minister, which is all set to happen. Remember, this country has been reeling from severe economic crisis. Visuals coming in of the infighting within the AIADMK. Our executive editor Niranjan is back with us. Niranjan, if you could give us latest information about these visuals that we are playing out of the cadre which is now resorted to violent means.
Well, these clashes we are hearing are between two groups, and we're picking up more details. And from the details available with us, we understand that two groups of suspected AIADMK workers clash outside the party headquarters, and this is on a day when the faction led by EPS is set to possibly elect him as a single leader of the organization. However, this entire, for the last few weeks, you've seen similar outcome of the meetings that have been conducted, and the conduct of today's meeting also hinges on the outcome of the Madras High Court, which will come in sometime now, that will rule on a petition by EPS's rival O. Pannirselvam, otherwise called OPS, against holding the crucial meeting of the General Council, the party's highest decision-making body. And two groups suspected to be supporters of either leaders carrying AIADMK flags clashed. And these visuals show that some of them hurled stones at each other, and some men damaged vehicles parked nearby. So these are the details available with us right now, and looking at the details of these clashes and the visuals that are coming in, it shows that this is going to be a very violent showdown even before the High Court rules on what can happen and how this proceeding to elect a new leader can further move on. But just to tell you a little bit about the court verdict itself, it's a tussle for control between the two top leaders of the main opposition party in Tamil Nadu, which is the AIADMK, and the High Court in a short while from now will decide on a petition by OPS to stall this meeting that EPS had called. So OPS wants to stall the meeting that EPS had called, and the High Court order in about 5 to 6 minutes from now is on the petition of OPS to stall this meeting. This meeting will decide the future leadership structure of the party, and the meeting itself is scheduled to take place a little after 9:15, I think in about 20 minutes from now. So all the showdown that is happening now is minutes before that meeting can happen, and OPS and EPS, have been locked in a battle for several weeks now and months over the functioning of the party, and some dramatic scenes have been seen at the AIDMK office in different party events where both of them have either been on stage or left stage, and clashes have been reported earlier as well. And this is a joint for this is a move to push for two kinds of leadership. One wants a joint leadership model to continue, but the other wants single leadership. So that's the whole fight, because it's all about perception, and OPS, who has gone to court, believes that he's the political heir of the party.
All right. Niranjan, thank you for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in. All eyes on the Madras High Court verdict, which is set to happen very shortly. Slipping into a very short break, we'll continue to get you the latest on the infighting within the AIADMK ahead of the Madras High Court verdict.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top
Visuals coming in of the clashes that were reported outside the AIADMK headquarters. We are told 2 groups of suspected AIADMK workers clashed outside the party headquarters, and this comes just ahead of the Madras High Court verdict, which is slated for later in the day, that will rule on a plea that has been filed by rival leader OPS against holding the crucial meet of the General Council, which is the party's highest decision-making body. Slipping into a very short break, we'll continue to get you the latest from Chennai.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between 2 border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat Frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat Frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we
Rebellion in the Goa Congress. The party sacks its top leader Michael Lobo. 5 others are now incommunicado. The top court is to hear a slew of petitions as the Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray war reaches the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is to also hear the fugitive Vijay Mallya's contempt case and pronounce quantum of sentence. The IMD issues an orange alert in Mumbai. Red warning is issued for Telangana as heavy rains continue to lash the country. It's a big AIADMK meet and crucial Madras High Court verdict. OPS and EPS cadres come to fight as the party's fate hangs in the balance. Well, pictures on your screen are of the dramatic escalation that we are seeing between the EPS and the OPS factions that is taking place, even as there is a council meeting that is supposed to be held today. But the fate of that council meeting as of the AIADMK hangs in the balance as the court is set to hear that plea. Now, do remember that this is the second meeting that has been called. And earlier this morning, we saw large crowds of backers of EPS as well as OPS making their way to the venue of that meeting. Now, do remember that the last meeting that was held, all 23 resolutions of the General Committee members were rejected. The support for O. Paneerselvam, who wants to have a dual leadership format in the party, had in fact all the supporters had staged a walkout during that meeting. Now, today of course is extremely crucial as well. This is the meeting that's been called. Of course, there is also a court hearing that is pending on this, and it will be minutes really before the meeting is set to begin when we will actually see what happens next. Now, this also is seen as a battle for the AIADMK. It's a battle for J. Jayalalitha's legacy as well. So in that sense, dramatic pictures now coming out of Chennai, where cadres of both EPS and OPS are out on the streets fighting it out. Well, Niranjan is now joining me on the phone line for more on this. Niranjan, give us a sense of what we are expecting today and how important is the court's verdict, because at the end of the day, it's also about who controls the AIADMK, isn't it, Niranjan?
Well, absolutely, Ripul. That's the crux of the battle. The battle is to control the AIADMK, and the battle is between OPS and EPS, both of whom, ever since the demise of J. Jayalalitha, have been trying to somehow control the party. OPS has gone to court, and in about 10 minutes, the court order should be out. We are waiting for the court order. The Madras High Court is likely to decide on a petition by O. Paneerselvam, and that should come any time now. And he wanted the meeting stalled. That is, rival E. Palaniswamy had called. So EPS had called for a meeting today at 9:15, timed very carefully. Around the High Court verdict, 9:05. I think any time now we should be able to get the verdict. And 9:15 is when he had called the meeting, and you're looking at looking at all the shots of the clash between both factions, both of them holding the AIDMK flag, and these are details coming in right now. So we're waiting. Anytime now, the Madras High Court will be ruling on OPS and EPS, the battle, and we should be able to get more details, in a few seconds.
All right, Niranjan, bringing us the latest on that. Now, just to tell our viewers what we are expecting in a short while from now. Now, the Madras High Court will pronounce its order. It should be coming in any time now on a plea that's been filed by O. Paneerselvam to stall that crucial party meeting which will decide the future leadership structure of the party. Now, what EPS camps want, of course, is a dual leadership structure. That is also perhaps going to be decided once the court moves on this. Now, do remember that OPS, that's O. Paneerselvam, and EPS have for many months now locked horns over the functioning of the party, with the former, that's O. Paneerselvam, pushing for the current joint leadership model to continue. But we have had EPS eyeing a single leadership with himself as the party's general secretary. Now, cadres of the two are clashing even as we are waiting for the Madras High Court to come out and pronounce its verdict on whether this crucial meeting actually takes place. Now, do remember that both these leaders have been fighting for the legacy of Jayalalitha in the aftermath of her demise, and what we see on the streets playing out is just a fraction of what's been seen in the past. Now, OPS, of course, was earlier seen as the political heir of Jayalalitha, while EPS enjoyed overwhelming support from the party workers. So, okay, I've got Niranjan back with me now. Niranjan, it's just minutes before we are expecting to see what the High Court says. But as we've been pointing out, Jayalalitha herself, of course, had handpicked OPS to lead her political legacy. Now, the cadres, however, seem to be quite in favor of EPS. Niranjan? All right, I don't think we've got Niranjan over there, but as we are pointing out, of course, we have seen these two leaders in the past. That's even more interesting as, Tamil Nadu politics is. Both of them in the past had patched up and expelled Sasikala when she was in jail. Now, OPS at that point in time had become the number one in the party, and the EPS had become his deputy. All right, so breaking news coming in. We are now learning that the Madras High Court has allowed the AIADMK to conduct this meeting. M.R. Venkatesh on the phone line with me. Mr. Venkatesh, good morning. How do you see what we are seeing right now? How do you see this panning out? It is, of course, a battle for Jayalalitha's legacy. All right, I don't think we've got Mr. Venkatesh with us on the phone line, but news just coming in. We are now learning that the Madras High Court has allowed the AIADMK to conduct its General Council meeting. Now, this General Council meeting, of course, has been called because it will decide the future leadership structure of the party. The meeting is scheduled to begin very shortly at 9:15 this morning. That's how the meeting begins. Now, the battle between the two factions essentially is whether the dual leadership format should go ahead or not. Now, at the moment, of course, there is a dual leadership format that is in place, and it has been in place ever since Sasikala was booted out, in a sense, from the party. The battle for Jayalalitha's legacy is expected to reach its peak today when that General Council meeting takes place. Earlier in the morning, of course, we saw supporters of EPS gathered in hundreds to support their leader. They were making their way, of course, for this the venue of this crucial meeting. Niranjan is back with me on the phone line. Now, Niranjan, we were earlier learning, of course, that the Madras High Court has allowed for this meeting to go ahead. Now, how do we see this going forward? Because as we were talking earlier, this is the battle for Jayalalitha's legacy. Not just that, it is also a battle for the political future of the AIADMK.
Well, absolutely. I think today will decide, the course of the party and which way the party will go, because if EPS is called for the meeting and that meeting goes ahead, then in the General Council, it is expected largely that because it's a meeting called by him and he controls, a larger spot within the party, in all possibility, he takes control of the party. EPS, of course, the whole crux of the fight is, the fight between between joint leadership and single leadership, and EPS has always wanted single leadership since the demise of J. Jayalalitha. Let me get an MR Venkatesh as well joining us on the phone line. MR, how do you view the tussle within the AIADMK, and what do you think is going to happen after today's meeting?
See, genetically, the AIADMK has been created for a singular leadership, and there will be the ultimate leadership, say, of MGR or Jayalalitha. Then all others were pygmies around the leaders, and they were never used to this type of collective or any other type of form of leadership. But after the demise of Madam Jayalalitha, this arrangement was tried to some extent successfully for the last 5-6 years. But the time has come for the ADMK to jettison this type of collective leadership and go for a singular leadership, and that's what they are doing. Having said this, I must say it must be one of the rarest political parties where you find that the entire issue of electing a leader is being played out in full public fair in the most transparent manner, in the democratic manner. I think I will congratulate the party. It is having birth pangs, it is having certain internal dissensions, revolt, backstabbing, palace intrigues, all these are happening. But having said that, you must give credit that the party is doing certain things openly and transparently, and the will of the people, of the grassroots workers is getting reflected, and it's at this point in time it looks advantage EPS.
Advantage EPS, and the manner in which all these fights have been going on. Today there was a couple between both of them for last few weeks. Some very ugly things also playing out. Do you think this will overall impact the party when a decision is taken, one way or the other?
See, definitely OPS is having a huge backing of the Tevar class, which is caste, which is probably one of those which has been a very traditional supporter of the ADMK. And remember, Shashikala also belongs to the Tevar community. So all this will have an impact. But certain times the party has to, or any organism has to undergo certain surgery so that it comes out of it better, bigger, and cleaner. And this is expected in a democracy where there will be setbacks, there will be there will be some sort of bloodletting also. But I think the ADMK will do well if it goes on this path and comes up right.
Yeah, and one last question on Shashikala. MR, in your view, what do you think is going to happen now? Because we've seen some sort of reconciliation within the AIADMK to let her in.
See, Shashikala is no longer the force that she was, say, 10 years ago. She is a force multiplier. She is not a force by herself. When Jayalalitha was there was huge amount of force that was created by Shashikala, not through politics, but through backroom machination. But today she is not having that leverage. She will be a very small player, probably an irritant, and the cadre, by and large, in my assessment, is not for rehabilitation of Shashikala. I'm not so sure about TTV Dinakaran, but definitely about Shashikala, the cadre is definitely cagey, and they are not going to accommodate her in a jiffy, and definitely EPS, if he is going to come back, I'm sure he is not going to allow 1 square inch for Shashikala.
Okay, let's see how the story goes. Thank you, MR, for speaking to Republic TV. So, therefore, there you have it. I think the decision to let that meeting happen has been taken. And you're looking at the pictures from Chennai. These are dramatic pictures. And in a few minutes from now, you will be getting those pictures live from inside the General Council meeting of the AIADMK as well. And that's the point at which EPS will perhaps in all possibility be appointed the leader of the AIADMK. And it's critical because it's the principal opposition party. As of today, it's the principal opposition party in Tamil Nadu. Enjoys huge support. Still managed to win a chunk of the seats. They lost, but they managed to win a considerable, respectable amount of seats in Tamil Nadu. And what happens now will decide, how this party goes further.
Now, Niranjan, what are we hearing? Is OPS likely to attend this meeting? Because he's the one who was staunchly opposed to this meeting. And there is talk about the fact that he could be expelled from the post of treasurer. So what are you hearing? Is he likely at all to be there at the meeting?
Well, I'm not sure as of this minute whether he will be present, but we've seen him in the last few weeks, walk out walk out, and he's left the stage on a couple of times, on a couple of occasions. We're getting in breaking news meanwhile right now that EPS has reached the party office in Varagaram for the General Council meeting. And we should. I think we'll just wait and watch whether OPS comes. It's very unlikely that he's going to be present there. As of this minute, going by how he's what he has said in the last and said and done in the last few weeks.
All right, so that's the latest update that we are getting. The stage, of course, is set for EPS to become the interim General Secretary. Now, the GC meeting, of course, also perhaps likely to take steps to remove Paneerselvam as the treasurer. That's what we've been hearing. Now, do remember that OPS is the one who's opposed to this meeting that's taking place. The High Court, of course, the Madras High Court has given the go-ahead for the meeting to take place. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from outside the party's headquarters, where clashes are being reported, and not just outside the party headquarters. We have been hearing of heated arguments and tempers essentially going out of hand between supporters of EPS and OPS. Now, the AIADMK currently has a dual leadership formula, but we have been seeing EPS wanting to move towards single leadership. He wants to be appointed as the General Secretary of the party awaiting elections. But things not looking too good right now. Those visuals are of the violence that's taking place. Now, do remember... All right. So these are pictures that we are getting to you now from outside the party headquarters. This meeting is set to begin any time now. In fact, it must have begun. It's already 9:17, so it was supposed to begin at 9:15. The Madras High Court has given the go-ahead for the meeting to take place. This essentially is a meeting for the control of the future of the AIADMK, which becomes extremely important because it is the key opposition party in Madras. So in that sense, this meeting also will hold a lot of importance in politics in Tamil Nadu. Now, what we are seeing, of course, is that EPS is going to, perhaps EPS's faction is going to move for OPS to be removed as the treasurer. And thereafter, we are also hearing that OPS is likely to skip the meeting and is holding discussions at the moment with his supporters. But things taking an ugly turn outside the party's headquarters as clashes have been reported since this morning. Now, earlier, of course, we saw a large number of supporters of both camps essentially going to the headquarters to gather support for both the sides. But right now, things not looking too good. I think we've got Niranjan still. All right, we don't have him right now on the phone line. But just to tell our viewers about where this event is going to take place. Now, as everything in Tamil Nadu's politics, this is going to be huge, and large open area on the premises of the headquarters has been erected. All right, so those are pictures of those supporters of either side which are now going in. Now, I was just telling you about how this is going to essentially play out. Now, a large open area on the premises of the AIADMK headquarters has been tin-footed. It's been tin-roofed to host the event. It can accommodate about 3,000 functionaries. There's been a dais that's been set up. So all the works have been done to essentially appoint an interim general secretary. It's also the battle for J. Jayalalita's legacy. Now, the bitter fight we've seen between EPS and OPS has gone back a long time, but they did unite briefly for a brief period of time to essentially expel Sasikala when she was sent to jail. So that unity has come in, but perhaps now the bitter rivalry between the two is at its peak, and what we are expecting is some sort of a showdown between supporters, which has already taken place. All right, so supporters, of course, continuing to move into the AIADMK's party headquarters right now. We are not very sure at the moment whether OPS will attend the meeting, because it seemed he was the one who was opposing this meeting. He'd gone and approached the Madras High Court against it. So in that sense, we are not expecting, perhaps we're still waiting confirmation as to whether he will go there or not. But right now, what you see on your screens is playing out in Chennai, as supporters of both EPS and OPS have taken to the streets, and it's been quite a heated exchange. They've come to blows outside the party headquarters. What happens inside, of course, will also, in a sense, tell us how the party is going to move forward now. Do remember that, of course, OPS has been opposed to this meeting. I think I've got Vikraman. Mr. Vikraman now joins me on the phone line. Mr. Vikraman, good morning. How do you see what's playing out on the streets outside the AIADMK's headquarters? Now, this, of course, is a pitched battle that's taking place between supporters as well.
Yeah, good morning. And the AIADMK is playing a very dirty internal politics now, because it has never seen such a politics before. And as you rightly pointed out, the forces of Mr. Party and Mr. APS separately calling their special leaders and that. The last meeting, if you could remember, the meeting was full of callous, and the OPS has been wrongly insulted in that meeting. And now the meeting is happening after that dirty episode. The party is actually suffering from a leadership crisis. As far as the Tamil Nadu people is concerned, the AIADMK had a strong leader in Mr. Jayalalitha and Mr. MGR. But now it is suffering from a leadership crisis, and it will be good if there is a double leadership instead of dual leadership instead of a single leadership. Because the party is a mass party. It is not like DMK or our deliberative politics, which is order-based or which is driven by principles. It is actually a mass party,
right,
headed by some matinee idol. So it will be difficult to find a leadership. So it is better that they have the dual leadership.
All right, so that's the view that's coming in. Thank you for joining us on the phone line. Now, what we understand is that the meeting is supposed to begin shortly. Now, pictures that you see on your screen are coming to you from inside that meetings that has now begun. Now, since last month, of course, the AIADMK has been witnessing serious intra-party wrangling over the issue of single leadership. Palaniswamy, of course, has the support of an overwhelming majority, and Paneerselvam has been sidelined largely in the party. Now, it is expected that the AIADMK may soon act against Paneerselvam. As we were earlier talking, it is very, very likely that he could be removed from the post of treasurer. And now, this particular meeting, of course, is historic in the sense that it has gone ahead after the Madras High Court ruled that this meeting could go ahead. Now, it is likely that the General Council and the Executive Committee will today elect Palaniswamy as the single supreme leader of the party, and perhaps this will mark, in a sense, the sidelining of O. Paneerselvam, who will clearly be relegated to the sidelines of the party now. We will have to wait and watch, in fact, how he reacts to this. It is very likely that he will not be there for that meeting. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground in just a bit to give us a sense of what's happening inside the meeting. But pictures on your screen are also from outside the headquarters, and we've been seeing these clashes broke out between supporters of EPS and OPS. It is likely also that what happens today will, in a sense, vertically split the party between support for EPS and OPS. Do remember, both of them are stalwarts of the party, and both were equally trusted by J. Jayalalitha. But obviously there is more support on the ground, perhaps for EPS, and that's why he's been able to gather support of his party cadres and reach where he's reached today, being likely to be appointed the interim general secretary of the party. But nevertheless, it will also divide the party vertically. We'll have to wait and watch for how OPS really reacts to this. But pictures on your screen are of what's taking place outside the party's headquarters. There are clashes taking place all over, and it has come to a head today because there was a lot of agitation that came in from OPS's side for the meeting that is taking place even as we speak. Now, it's going to be a grand meeting. About 3,000 functionaries of the AIADMK ground workers as well as office bearers are attending that meeting that is taking place. It will also perhaps tell us the direction that the AIADMK will take henceforth. It has taken a while for the AIADMK to essentially come out of J. Jayalalitha's legacy, because she was the grandest leader that the party perhaps saw in those terms. So what we are seeing is a battle also for her legacy. We're going to try and connect to our correspondents on the ground to tell us what's happening right now, even as we speak. The meeting, of course, has begun. We were earlier showing you visuals from inside. Now, as everything that happens in Tamil Nadu politics, of course, there has been a grand stage that's been put up for this meeting. Those are visuals that we were just playing those out for you of what's happening inside that stage. It's supposed to house a large number of the cadre of the AIADMK. About 3,000 workers and party functionaries are going to be attending that meeting. So pictures on your screen are of what's happening outside right now. The High Court, of course, to remember, has dismissed the plea to not allow for that meeting to take place. So that meeting is taking place even as we speak. But things outside aren't looking too good for the AIADMK. Clashes have erupted, and we've been seeing some amount of friction between the two sides in the run-up to this meeting for over a month now. Do remember that when the last meeting took place, there was a walkout that was staged by the OPS faction, and we still don't know right now. We're trying to get in touch with our correspondents to understand whether OPS is attending this meeting at all or not. But what's also likely to take place, perhaps, is action being taken against OPS. He's the treasurer of the party. He's also the co-chair in that sense. So we'll have to wait and watch out for whether a resolution is passed by the party in terms of action being taken against him. But currently, of course, this is the party's historic General Council and Executive Committee that is meeting today. It is likely to elect Palaniswamy as the single supreme leader of the party, and we are also perhaps going to see O. Paneerselvam essentially relegated to the background. Now, this meeting, of course, comes after the Madras High Court had pronounced its verdict rejecting a plea by O. Paneerselvam to stall the meeting, which proposed to revise the interim General Secretary's post and abolish coordinator as well as the joint coordinator posts in this scenario. So this is something obviously that's not going to go down too well with the party's cadres, and that's what we are seeing in a sense take place outside the venue for this meeting. Now, tensions have been raised for quite some time between the two factions. In fact, the last meeting wasn't pleasant either. But today, of course, it's come to a head with clashes breaking out outside the headquarters. There's been stone pelting. Both sides have burnt effigies and banners of each other. And as we've been talking, of course, since last month, the AIADMK has been witnessing serious intra-party wrangling over the issue of single leadership. Right now, there is a dual leadership system that is in place, and that is something that EPS has been wanting to get rid of. He wants to get himself appointed as the interim General Secretary. Palaniswamy, of course, has the support of an overwhelming majority, and Paneerselvam has been sidelined largely in the party. But it's unlikely that he will go down without a fight. All right, just to tell our viewers that the Madras High Court on Friday had said that it would press, it would allow right now, Madras High Court, of course, has allowed for this meeting to take place, but things not looking good at all. You are seeing these protests and there's been stone pelting, there's been burning of effigies that are taking place outside the AIADMK's party headquarters. Now, let's also tell our viewers what's happening inside. Now, this is a crucial meeting that is taking place inside the headquarters of the AIADMK. It essentially has, this meeting is taking place to make sure that there is a proposal to revive the interim General Secretary's post and abolish the coordinator as well as the joint coordinator post. Now, so far, of course, ever since the demise of J. Jayalalitha, we have seen a two-man leadership of of O. Paneerselvam and EPS, both of them, of course, heading the party jointly. But for a while now, there's been push from the cadres as well that it has to be a single person at the top. So EPS seems to be seizing that power right now. What we are told is that inside the meeting is taking place. Now, Rukma is joining us as well. Rukma, as you can see on these screens, the protests, of course, have taken quite an ugly turn right now. We are witnessing these posters being burnt, supporters coming to blows, essentially.
Right. And in fact, news reports suggest that, the violence began even before the High Court order. Nupur taking over right now, the AIADMK General Council likely to meet and elect Palanisamy as the single Supreme Party leader. And it's a big setback for the O. Paneerselvam camp. It's a setback to the OPS camp, as we are saying. The High Court giving the order. Abhishek on the phone. Abhishek, take us through the significance of this High Court verdict as far as the two camps are concerned, the High Court allowing the General Council meet.
Well, Rukma, this is essentially about Edapadi Palaniswamy effectively and finally taking control of the ADMK. Remember the tug of war between the OPS and the EPS faction. EPS is O. Paneerselvam, of course, has been going on for a couple of years now. In fact, since after the 2019 defeat of the party. And remember, the two had come together to throw out Sasikala. Now with EPS effectively taking over in today's General Council meeting as Interim General Secretary. Incidentally, a post which was abolished because they wanted to get Sasikala out of the party and the system forever. And in fact, EPS and OPS had collaborated on that. And now it seems that once Sasikala and the entire Sasikala clan is out, EPS wants to come back as General Secretary, and that's the significance effectively of this meeting. Though, of course, there might be consequences in terms of faction wars surfacing and going on, and OPS doing something in retaliation. But what we have seen is that there was a party executive committee meeting which amended the bylaws sometime in December, after which OPS was made the coordinator and EPS the joint coordinator. But it seems that it's the EPS faction which has complete control over the party apparatus. So, for example, 70 out of the 75 district secretaries and 63 out of the 66 MLAs of the party, they belong to the EPS faction, and that's, I think, getting reflected in the developments of the past couple of months, where increasingly we have seen EPS faction really prevailing upon the direction the party is taking. So, for example, even this meeting that is to take place today and to discuss the demand of almost 2,000 plus members of the General Council, OPS is really fighting it out in the courts because he could not muster the enough numbers to set the agenda. If, for example, someone from the EPS section wanted to become the presiding officer or presiding chairman of this meeting that is to take place today, and I think that's the significance with the court announcing and the EPS faction really getting sway, essentially because they have numbers in the organizational structure, clearly shows that finally the leadership tussle has a direction, and which is towards EPS. The OPS faction obviously would in some ways respond. We have seen how during the lifetime of Jayalalitha, thrice that she relinquished the post of Chief Minister, it was O. Paneerselvam who was made acting Chief Minister because possibly he was trusted more. Subsequently, we saw, of course, post Jayalalitha, how EPS and OPS fell out, and EPS became the Sasikala faction because Sasikala favored him more. Though, of course, initially, if you look at it, both in the rise of OPS from a tea seller, a tea shop owner in southern Tamil Nadu, and EPS also coming in, both kind of got into the close circle of Jai Jalalita because of getting along well with Sasikala at some stage. Though of course OPS fell out a little earlier. Subsequently, even EPS, because once he became chief minister, he really wanted to exercise his authority. That's how the two came together and really got Sasikala out of the system. And that's how OPS became the coordinator and EPS became the joint coordinator by abolishing the post of General Secretary. Now, in today's meeting, which is now approved by the topmost court of the country, with EPS faction really holding sway over most of the party operators, it's likely that you will see, for now at least, the leadership issue of ADMK getting sorted. It's still early. There is no election as of now. And essentially what we are going to see is, after a brief hiatus perhaps, faction wars is still breaking out between the groups. One, of course, more powerful now, the EPS one, the other OPS. And you could see even more fracture within the ADMK, unfortunately, given the fact that there is no central pole, there is no one strong leader. And so I think the Madras High Court verdict willy-nilly makes it advantageous DMK so far as Tamil Nadu politics is concerned.
Right, it's fascinating, Abhishek, the way politics plays out down south. Well, EPS, as you just said, enjoyed and continues to enjoy the support of nearly 76%, as you just mentioned in those figures. Overwhelming support from party workers. OPS, meanwhile, used to be seen as the political heir of late party chief Jayalalitha. What does this mean as far as OPS's career is concerned, both within the party and outside?
Well, Rukma, I would say he will have to really fight it out now. Remember, once the two came together to throw out Sasikala and the clan, including her nephew TDB Dinakaran, who at one point of time really effectively controlled entire machinery of ADMK. And subsequent to the decision in December, party executive committee that OPS would be the coordinator, EPS would be the joint coordinator. It seems the EPS faction realizing that on the ground, actually they have the numbers. And the entire machinery is controlled by men of EPS. And this could have happened, during the period when EPS was actually the chief minister. It's possible that he succeeded in putting in his own men in the district committees and as district secretaries. So as of now, for example, out of 75, 70 belong to the EPS faction. Almost 100%, 63 out of 66 MLAs, if they belong to the EPS faction. I think they must have realized that why keep dual leadership, and that's why demand was increasingly gaining ground that it should be a single leadership, and that this joint leadership of a coordinator and a joint coordinator is creating hassles. And that's when the turf war really started with the EPS faction, in fact, taking the lead in going to the courts. And in the month of June, June 23 to be precise, I believe, that a decision was passed and a meeting at the party headquarters, in fact, on June 14, the decision was passed that the DMK leadership should be with the EPS camp. Now, this was challenged by the OPS group in the courts. Some restraining order obtained at the lower level, and it seemed that for now, at that time, in the month of June at least, that OPS would continue to remain the general, to remain the coordinator. But now with the Madras High Court verdict today, the gates opening for General Council of over 2,000 members, and this is a body which has a majority of EPS group leaders. So obviously, there is a challenge to OPS, and it's likely that his career might see some ups and downs, whether he would break away and set up his own group. Again, remember, earlier he had set up the ADMK Purachi Thalaivi Amma, like OPS had set up his ADMK Amma. It's only when the two came together and merged to kick out Sasikala. Now again, they might go their own way. Now, whether this makes Sasikala relevant in any manner, whether she comes back, whether this time OPS goes to her. So we don't know. So those dynamics would really play out. As I said, irrespective, this is going to be advantage DMK because this internecine conflict within the ADMK, this faction war and possibility of more factions emerging and breakaway groups emerging. I think this is going to only make the Tamil Nadu politics more in favor of DMK, which is at least under Stalin shows a measure of stability insofar as the leadership question is concerned. So till the time these various factions of the ADMK, at least for now, the EPS, which gains more currency within the ADMK, then OPS, who might take a precipitate action, we don't know.
Actually reminds us of a very old proverb, Abhishek, and even as we are showing you in those visuals how that entire drama played out and continues to play out, our senior executive editor Abhishek takes us through the significance of this High Court verdict, the High Court rejecting OPS plea to stay AIADMK General Council meet.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change the remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters furious over his government's inability to address
Welcome back. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Breaking news. The Madras High Court allows the AIADMK to conduct its General Council meeting. It's being seen as a major setback for the OPS camp. O. Paneerselvam, once regarded as the political heir to later party chief J. Jayalalitha, suffers a major setback even as clashes break out even before the High Court gave its verdict outside the party offices. Meanwhile, the High Court has okayed the General Council meet. In fact, it's being seen as paving the way for the party to have a single supreme leader. And that leader, most probably, would be E. Palaniswamy, who enjoys the support of most party workers. And going back once again to Abhishek. Abhishek, when reports suggest that the meeting venue itself told a story, there were no pictures there of O. Paneerselvam. Clearly, could he have misread the signs somewhat that he still had a chance? Also, what are the options open before him now?
Well, going by the court order, it is clear that OPS might not get much of a reprieve even if he takes subsequent legal action, Rukma. So obviously, as things stand, he will have to create his own parallel. So along expected lines, in fact, breaking news coming in, Rukma, that along expected lines, E. Palaniswamy has been elected as the interim general secretary of the ADMK, or as or now EPS faction, because obviously the OPS group would respond. The fact that they have been completely sidelined, that they have no voice, that a majority of appointees of the EPS have taken a lead, in fact, as a build-up to this meeting. And this has happened because despite an election of party executive committee, after the party executive committee changed the bylaws and appointed or elected the two leaders, EPS and OPS, as coordinator and joint coordinator, and this was by primary members of the party, remember. So obviously, while this council is of restricted 2,000 members, the primary members of the party are huge in number. OPS might say that this is hijacking of the ADMK by the EPS group, given the fact that while he was elected coordinator by the primary members of the party, which is a larger pool and a larger voter base, the General Council electing EPS as the ADMK leader or the General Secretary. All right, we have on phone, if I can be told who exactly is joining us over the phone. Okay, Royden is joining us over the phone. Political analyst Royden Roach, in fact, is joining us over the phone. Royden, if you can tell us the significance of this development, EPS effectively becoming the leader of ADMK, what options now with OPS group so far as his leadership is concerned? Is he out of the ADMK or is he going to do something about it?
See, we've seen many incidents happening after the death of Jayalalitha. And what we look at it now, the present situation is that I think the leaders have to come together. If they don't come together and they don't continue to be together, then I don't think the party will even exist in Tamil Nadu anymore. We already have seen DMK take over, and we have seen the current results of the state. And even now, if they keep continuing like this, I don't think the party will even stand a chance. So I think they have to go together. And both the present incidents happening, the violence happening over there, has to be controlled. And people, the so-called leader itself of the party, both the leaders itself, should be held responsible for such vandalization of public property. So this is what we have to see here of them, how they have to come together.
There is still likelihood of them coming together. most of the developments, in fact, suggest that OPS might go his own way.
Yeah, but if he goes his own way, what is the level of cadre he has? He doesn't have much of cadre. We have seen it in the past, so only to compromise things. And the involvement of BJP was amazing that they have changed the leadership earlier. But if you look at it very seriously, it is after the death of Jayalalitha, you've seen the thing, because the involvement of BJP. BJP tried to enter from the third door, but they didn't succeed in it. They wanted to play a completely different role. So I don't think, sensible enough, I think now they'll come together, and I think they're going to be working under the EPS as the leader. That's what we have to wait and watch now. What could happen?
Right.
But in case you think of
you are suggesting that there is no possibility of Sasikala again becoming relevant.
No, I don't think. Sasikala is quite far away from all this, because I don't think even the people are not going to accept her. So see, there are a lot of things which came to light after the death of Jayalalitha about Sasikala. So I don't think people are going to accept her. It's going to be a disaster for them. You may try to open Sasikala.
Right, but the possibility of OPS group, not compromising and making it an ego issue and then perhaps going to Sasikala, is that likely?
I don't see something of that coming up. I don't see something of that coming up at the moment.
So effectively,
even when she went to jail, there was a difference between both the groups. Okay, so I don't think that they will even approach her at this moment.
So effectively what you are suggesting is that irrespective of how the OPS group might feel, Royden, the OPS himself does not have many options but to compromise with EPS, and like he became coordinator and the EPS was joint coordinator, maybe he can accept some role working under the EPS now.
Yeah, that's what we have to look at. That's what they have to do. Because see, if they want to be sensible and continue, with the party, okay, to grow the strength of the party, they have to be together. But I don't see it coming. And even you can see the present situation where DMK is functioning, they are doing a perfect, excellent job over there. So I don't see even them coming, even if they come together, coming close to anyway, touching, causing a damage to DMK. So they have to come together if they want to look at it for future.
Yeah, also, Royden, the reason, in fact, why the General Secretary post was abolished in December was because EPS and OPS had to work together. Now, with the abolition of the secretary and the coordinator and the joint coordinator system and bringing back out the General Secretary post, EPS is sending across a straight away message that he is the boss of the ADMK. Take it or leave it. It is for OPS to now decide whether he wants to continue in some capacity as subordinate to EPS, and given the fact that he was someone who was Chief Minister thrice when Jayalalitha had to relinquish the post, and the fact that General Secretary's post for the longest time was occupied by, it's a powerful post and was occupied by Jayalalitha. I think, except for what you're suggesting that OPS has no other option, would it be easy for him to really accept that he has been outmaneuvered, he has been outclassed, and in the game of or tussle of leadership, EPS has absolutely sidelined OPS now?
See, it's not about them sidelining each other. What we have to look at, the reason why we have to avoid the post is, so see, you cannot have two masters together. You cannot serve two masters together. Even the channel is going to be affected. So you always have to have a single master, single head. A body cannot have two heads. It has to have one head only to function properly. So,
right. Giving this perspective, so the battle between two groups of OPS and EPS finally getting settled in favor of EPS post the Madras High Court verdict. Let's see how it pans out from here.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and in news that's just breaking, the Madras High Court allowing the AIADMK to conduct its General Council meeting, and E. Swamy officially takes over as the interim General Secretary. The High Court order paving the way for single supreme leadership of the AIADMK. We were just discussing with our senior executive editor Abhishek, and he was telling us how this is a dramatic twist that could benefit the DMK most of all. Time now for a short break, but coming up after that, more.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both have a seat.
And we are getting you all the latest on the AIADMK tussle, in which the Madras High Court decides in favor of the E. Palaniswamy faction of the party. It's a setback for OPS, once considered the political heir of AIADMK Supremo, the late Jayalalitha. But now the ball is in the EPS court, and the road is paved for him to take over as the single supreme leader of the AIADMK. He already holds sway over most of its party workers. So coming up in a short while, more on EPS officially taking.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varna.
Well, it is a setback to the OPS camp. EPS officially takes over as the interim AIADMK General Secretary. Doors are smashed, tires set ablaze and headquarters vandalized as OPS and EPS cadres comes to blows.
Mobile. No, right?
Mega rebellion in the Goa Congress Party sacks top leader Michael Lobo, 5 others now incommunicado. The top court is set to hear a slew of petitions as it's the Shinde camp versus the Uddhav Thackeray camp war that's reached the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is also set to hear the fugitive Vijay Mallya's contempt case and pronounce its quantum of sentence today. The IMD issues an orange alert in Mumbai, red warning for Telangana as heavy rains continue to lash the country. Well, the AIADMK's crucial General Council meeting today that's still going on, in fact, has annulled the dual leadership structure and has appointed Edapadi K. Palaniswamy as the party's interim General Secretary. Now, with this move, O. Paneerselvam, who's also facing waning support with the AIADMK, is seen to be losing more ground. But even as this meeting is taking place outside the AIADMK headquarters, the two sets of supporters of EPS and OPS have actually come to blows. There were stones pelted, tires were set ablaze, banners of these two leaders were set ablaze. All of this is happening outside the headquarters of the AIADMK. Now, this meeting that's taking place of the General Council, in fact, is taking place a little away from the headquarters. It's a wedding hall that has been booked essentially to hold about 3,000 of supporters and office bearers of the AIADMK. Now, this meeting, of course, has gone ahead after the Madras High Court had rejected a plea from the AIADMK leader O. Paneerselvam to stay the conduct of the General Council meeting. The court said that it cannot interfere in the squabbles of a political party. Now, this, of course, is also seen largely as a battle for the legacy of J. Jayalalitha. What we are given to understand is that right now, OPS is at the party's headquarters. So even as EPS has managed to get himself elected as the interim president of the party, essentially also annulling the dual leadership system that we've seen in the party for quite some time now, OPS has made his way to the headquarters of the AIADMK. Abhishek Kapoor also on the phone line with me. Abhishek, you know, as with everything in Tamil Nadu politics, we are seeing it all today. Each of the sides coming to blows, and even as all of that happens, political moves being made inside that General Council meeting.
So far as coming to blows is concerned, even in the best of times, Tamil Nadu is known to practice very passion-driven politics. People are very sensitive. We have seen temples coming up for their favorite leaders like NGR and Jayalalitha. We have seen, fights happening. We have seen on the death of Jayalalitha, for example, so many people had committed suicide. As also, of course, during the time of the death of Kalaina, those reports had come in that people were inflicting wounds on themselves. So that's how the nature of politics is there in the state. But I think what we are seeing is a leadership tussle finally taking some direction. With the judiciary saying hands off, with the Madras High Court saying that it's not for them to get inside the leadership tussle and to decide when the meeting should happen, when it should not happen. It's for all these leaders to come together and do that. So I think there would be a brief hiatus, as some experts suggest, that OPS, despite taking this insult, I would say, in the sense that there is a party which has been hijacked right from under his nose. He was the coordinator, EPS was joint coordinator, but the fact that on the apparatus, on the ground, it is EPS who held sway. since he was chief minister, he perhaps succeeded in putting in his own men and women at key posts in the organization, particularly the district secretary level. Most of the tickets given or those who have won, the MLAs are from his faction. So I think things have come together to really move in the direction of EPS becoming the leader, and which he has been elected as general secretary. Remember, it's EPS. Interestingly, both EPS and OPS had come together to abolish this post only 6 months back, in December, 7 months back, so that they could, permanently remove the obstacle of Sasikala and the baggage that she came with, insofar as perception is concerned, from sticking to ADMK. And now, once Sasikala is completely out of the way, the EPS faction has really crawled back and taken control of the party from behind, coming from behind, as they say. And there was a resolution passed by the executive committee to amend the bylaws that there should be a coordinator and joint coordinator, under which OPS and EPS had worked out this mechanism of 2 posts. But subsequently, we saw how the EPS faction really started complaining, and since they realized that they had the numbers with them, they even passed insinuations that OPS actually had a truck with the DMK leadership, something going from behind, and that really led to this sort of crisis in the party, followed by a rebellion by the EPS group wanting changes again. And despite OPS faction getting some reprieve at the level of lower judiciary when status quo was ordered, now the Madras High Court paving the way for this meeting because most members of the 2,000 plus strong General Council had petitioned that a meeting should take place and the leader should be decided. Now, with the EPS faction really getting its way, I think for now at least, there is that bit of clarity that EPS is the leader. He controls the party organization as it exists today. Whether in future, for now, of course, OPS has no option, but if he makes compromises and then keeps his battle for the later day, maybe some faction war might break out in the future as well.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Now, OPS, of course, still holds the post of the party's treasurer. Do you think that EPS will move to remove him from that as well? Because if that happens, it will perhaps be another level to which this battle would have been taken.
I think, Nupur, that would depend on what course of action OPS takes from here on. If he is willing to make compromise and accepts his status as now to EPS, which for most of the time he has been, in fact, that EPS remained chief minister after the demise of Lanka, and the fact that he controls the party, even OPS can read the writing on the wall. So it's unlikely that he would rebel, he would, go away, break away, make his own faction. Not immediately, at least. And in that sense, if he's willing to compromise, if he's willing to buy peace, I don't think even EPS would take a precipitate action, because remember, even he has some time before he consolidates his leadership even further. So I think this is a beginning. There might be a temporary truce, as I understand, and subsequently, if the factions really play out among themselves, remember, many times leaders also act when they get a feedback from their cadres on the ground. So if the OPS faction says that they cannot take this humiliation and that their leaders should be doing something, OPS might have to act just to preserve his leadership. So I think all those things, all those dynamics would really play out. But as of now, I would say the leadership issue of ADMK is settled. It is settled in favor of EPS, and OPS has no option but to accept it and move on. So I think for the time being, things seem sort of settled so far as the opposition ADMK in Tamil Nadu politics is concerned.
Absolutely. Just an update that we are getting. The AIADMK General Council meeting has adopted a resolution demanding the Bharat Ratna for Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and J. Jayalalitha. Abhishek, I wanted to bring you to take your opinion on how this legacy battle for J. Jayalalitha is going to play out, because essentially we've seen the AIADMK has these cult figures. For instance, J. Jayalalitha, she was so huge in the party as well as in Tamil Nadu's politics. Do you think that either of these leaders can follow in those very, very large, footsteps?
remember, Nupur, both NGR and Jayalalitha were celebrities before they joined politics. They were big names in the film industry. They were superstars. So obviously, those groups are going to remain too big for anyone, for OPS, for EPS, for Sasikala, for anyone in the present ADMK leadership or on the sidelines so far as Sasikala is concerned to fill. And that's why they have no option but to propagate and continue to persist with propping up the legacy and the charisma and the aura of MGR and Jayalalitha. We have to see this demand of Bharat Ratna for the two leaders in the context of that limitation of the present leadership only. Having said that, if you look at the present two leaders, both EPS and OPS, they were essentially cadres who were picked up by Jayalalitha, both OPS and EPS, through the doors of Sasikala, interestingly, both of them, and groomed not to become leaders. They were groomed as backroom boys sometimes. They were groomed as strategic assets in the party. They were groomed to assist to the leadership of Jayalalitha. Like it happens with all these typically one leader based cadre parties, and since Jayalalitha did not do any air, it's obvious that there would be struggle for leadership and the party might dwindle over a period of time. Obviously, because of lack of any leader matching the charisma of or aura of the earlier leader, in this case Jayalalitha. So I think that's what we are seeing. There has been attrition. ADMK has lost two elections, the general election and the assembly election, and this conflict between the two of them, OPS and EPS, has gone on for 3+ years. And even now, with the latest development, I see only a temporary truce till the time that the two sides really gather their own forces and try to measure each other and decide to, start next round of conflict. So I think, irrespective of whether at some stage Bharat Ratna is given to MGR and Jayalalitha, in which case, why not to, as Tamil Nadu politics stands, a demand for Bharat Ratna for Kalainar would not be far behind. We don't know whether Kalainar would have wanted it. What is important is that for now at least, Nupur, a semblance of calm would prevail. We don't know for how long, but it's purely a function of how much OPS is willing to accept his status as number 2 to EPS, and that's where the grain lies. For the time being, there is truce, and OPS has no option but to join EPS, who has been now elected as General Secretary of the party and effectively controls all the chains of ADMK.
All right, Abhishek, do stay with us just to tell our viewers of the latest developments that we have right now. The AIADMK's General Council that is meeting even as we speak has adopted about 16 resolutions. Now, one of them, of course, essentially drops the dual leadership of the party. Rather, it has in fact revived the General Secretary's post, and EPS has been appointed as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK. Now, this took place after the Madras High Court allowed for this meeting to go ahead. Do remember the OPS had approached the court asking for a stay on this meeting, but that did not happen and the court allowed for this meeting to go ahead, after which we saw, of course, EPS being elected as the General Secretary. Let me go back to Abhishek on this. Abhishek, now what we are also learning is that even as this takes place outside the AIADMK headquarters, there is considerable tension. Now, supporters of both sides are clashing, and is it perhaps looking likely that there could be a split down the middle, or would you say, that probably be too early?
Nupur, I would say at some stage it might happen, but not immediately. Remember that this General Council meeting was called by the EPS faction. The OPS faction tried to oppose it. It went to court. It did not succeed. And it shows that it does not have the numbers. So effectively, going by whatever bylaws of the party, it seems that the OPS faction does not have the numbers. It is already the lightweight faction. It is already sidelined. And with the courts taking the position that they have, like the Madras High Court today saying that it has no business meddling in party's internal affairs, it's for the leadership issues for them to decide. I think with this hands-off approach, OPS won't see much of a protection coming by way of judicial intervention also. And in that sense, with no numbers, I don't think OPS would do anything that would precipitate a crisis immediately, knowing fully well that there is nobody with him to support. The only window where OPS might see some light coming from is the fact that in the party executive committee that had amended bylaws to get coordinator and joint coordinator post after eliminating the post of general secretary, which has been brought back today. At that time, both OPS and EPS were elected unopposed by the primary membership of the party. Now, OPS might say that the primary membership of the party is more representative of the overall ADMK than just the general council with 2,000 members. But the fact of the matter is that was part of a deal between OPS and EPS, and that's why all the primary members came together and voted for the two leaders. If the deal is broken, if EPS sees, if EPS has tasted blood, he sees that he's the boss now. He controls the apparatus. He has sort of protection from the judiciary. Then in that sense, I think he might not be willing to really let OPS wield the primary member and the general body or general committee, whatever is below this general council, to really come back and restore the leadership of OPS. In that sense, I think I would still, unless we can get some Tamil Nadu experts and who can explain if there is a possibility, which is unlikely, OPS effectively has no option but to buy peace with EPS as of now.
Right, as in fact Abhishek is pointing out, we're now learning that the resolution that has been adopted at this meeting also says that an election for the General Secretary's post will be held in about 4 months from now. That's at the general body meeting that's happening. But Abhishek, I also wanted to bring in the fact that there was just some time back that these two leaders had actually gotten together to suspend Sasikala when she was in jail. So what's happening today essentially points to the fragile nature of the AIADMK's top leaders' relationships with each other.
Well, Nupur, EPS is already General Secretary pending the final election. He has been appointed interim General Secretary or elected by the General Council. B, about their coming together. Obviously, it was to do away with the common enemy in the form of Sasikala. And it was General Council, in fact, which had made Sasikala an interim General Secretary immediately after the death of Jayalalitha. And Sasikala made OPS resign within 2 months and made EPS the chief minister at that time. But subsequently, there was falling out between EPS and Sasikala also. And Sasikala, for example, thought that EPS did not do enough to get her out of jail. And in fact, that's how the coming together of EPS and OPS happened. OPS was in fact carrying out what he called a Dharam Yuddha against the Sasikala clan and hence the EPS government at that time. But when EPS also turned against Sasikala, and
all right.
Then the two realized...
Abhishek, just hold your thoughts for a minute. We are just going to cut across to what's taking place inside that meeting.
Radhakrishnan, சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் அவர்கள், கழக அமைப்பு செயலாளர், திருப்பூர் புறநகர் மேற்கு மாவட்ட கழகத்துடைய செயலாளர், முன்னாள் அமைச்சர் திரு வாலாஜாபாத் பா கணேசன், சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர், முன்னாள் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் அவர்கள், கழக அமைப்பு செயலாளர் திருமதி கீர்த்திகா முனியசாமி அவர்கள், கழக மகளிர் அணி இணை செயலாளர் திரு பி.கே. வைரமுத்து அவர்கள், புதுக்கோட்டை தெற்கு மாவட்ட கழகத்துடைய செயலாளர், முன்னாள் வாரிய தலைவர்
I can't hear properly. I can't understand.
சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் அவர்கள், திருவண்ணாமலை வடக்கு மாவட்ட கழகத்துடைய செயலாளர் திரு ஆர்.கே. ரவிச்சந்திரன் அவர்கள், விருதுநகர் கிழக்கு மாவட்ட கழகத்துடைய செயலாளர் வழிமொழி அவர்கள், அனைத்து பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்களும் இந்த 8 தீர்மானங்களை நிறைவேற்றுகிறேன்.
Inside. Now, what we know right now is that the AIADMK has passed about 16 resolutions. One of them essentially annuls the dual leadership format. The other one, of course, has appointed EPS as the interim general secretary of the AIADMK. There are going to be elections scheduled for the next 4 months when the primary members of the party can elect the general secretary. Right now, EPS is the interim general secretary. Now, we'll have to wait and watch out for how OPS reacts to this. We are still waiting for that reaction to come in. Do remember that he's still the treasurer of the party and he is at the AIADMK headquarters. This meeting, of course, is taking place elsewhere. It is a huge hall that has been commandeered for the purposes of this particular meeting that is taking place. Now, this meeting, of course, went ahead after the Madras High Court essentially refused to stay the meeting. Do remember that OPS had gone to court asking for the court to intervene and stop this meeting, but the court, however, said that it cannot interfere in the internal party matters of a political outfit. So this meeting thus went ahead. Now, there are 4 key takeaways from what has happened in this meeting. There will be no dual leadership in the AIADMK anymore. What we are also seeing is the appointment of EPS as the interim general secretary of the party. So he's the man who holds the party at the moment, at least. Now, in the morning, of course, we saw how this rift between EPS and OPS is now widening. There were supporters of each side which were protesting outside the AIADMK headquarters, and it came to blows over there. There were tires that are set on fire. There were other posters of leaders that were set on fire. So all of that took place outside the AIADMK's headquarters. All right, I think we've got Rohit on the phone line. He's giving us more details of what's happening inside that meeting. Rohit, take us through the resolutions that have been adopted at the AIADMK's meeting.
இதே தெய்வம் புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களையும் இதே தெய்வம் புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அவர்களையும் வணங்குகிறேன். இந்த பொதுக்குழு சீர்மிகு பொதுக்குழு, இந்த பொதுக்குழு சிறப்புமிகு பொதுக்குழு, வரலாற்றில் நிரந்தரமாக பேசப்படும் வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க பொதுக்குழு. கழக வரலாற்றில் தலைவர்கள் பொதுச் செயலாளர்கள் ஆனார்கள். ஆனால் ஒரு தூய தொண்டன், தொண்டர்களின் குரலாக இடைக்கால பொதுச் செயலாளர் அவர்கள் விரைவில் பொதுச் செயலாளராக உருவெடுத்திருக்கும் அண்ணன் புரட்சி தலைமகன் எடப்பாடியார் அவர்களை வணங்குகிறேன். வணக்கத்திற்குரிய அவைத்தலைவர் அவர்களே, தலைமை கழக நிர்வாகிகளே, நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, மக்கள் பிரதிநிதிகளே, கூட்டுறவு சங்க நிர்வாகிகளே, அனைத்து செயற்குழு பொதுக்குழு நிர்வாகிகளே, நண்பர்களே, சகோதரிகளே, சகோதரர்களே, உங்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கு என்னுடைய பணிவான வணக்கம்.
MK's General Council that is meeting has empowered Palaniswamy to steer the party as a single supreme leader in his position as the interim General Secretary. Earlier on, of course, the meeting revived the General Secretary's post and picked Edapadi K. Palaniswamy as the interim General Secretary. Now, do remember that the meeting has also resolved to hold organizational polls to formally elect the General Secretary. This has taken place after the bylaws of the party has been tweaked. We understand that in the next 4 months, these elections will take place and all primary members of the party will be allowed to vote and choose the party's General Secretary. Now, this meeting that you are seeing on your screens is taking place as the Madras High Court refused to interfere in the party's internal political matters, saying that it cannot be involved in internal party matters. Do remember that OPS had in fact moved the Madras High Court asking for it to stay the proceedings of the General Council's meeting, but that did not happen and the meeting went ahead. And since the meeting began, there have been about 16 resolutions which have been adopted by the General Council. The primary among them, of course, is the annulment of the dual leadership system that the party had been following, with EPS and OPS as co-coordinators of the party. Now, that has been done away with, but what we have in its Instead is the fact that the AIADMK General Council revived the General Secretary's post. It picked E. Palaniswamy as its interim General Secretary. Thereafter, it also empowered Palaniswamy to steer the party as a single supreme leader in his position as the interim General Secretary. We are also learning that there is likely to be an election the next 4 months or so where primary members can vote. That's the latest that we are getting from the meeting that's taking place in Chennai. We'll keep you updated as to what's happening, the political fortunes of the AIADMK. Stay with us.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change the remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 20.
Top headlines at 10:30. Setback for OPS scam. EPS officially takes over as interim AIADMK General Secretary. Doors smashed, tires set ablaze and headquarters vandalized as OPS and EPS cadres come to blows. Rebellion in Goa. Congress party sacks top leader Michael Lobo, 5 others now incommunicado. Top court to hear slew of petitions as the Shinde versus Uddhav war intensifies. Remember, EPS has been elected as the AIADMK Interim General Secretary in the General Council meet that was held in Vanagaram. This after the Madras High Court in its verdict also made it clear that it will not intervene in the political affairs of the AIADMK. The live visuals that are coming in which shows that the war is on for the legacy of Jayalalitha. And in fact, just the key takeaways to take you through the key takeaways of the SC verdict, in which it has categorically stated that there will be no dual, in fact, which has a rejected OPS plea that has by the Madras High Court. In fact, in the meeting that was held, EPS has been elected as the new interim general secretary. Elections for the AIADMK general secretary, we are told, will also be held in 4 months' time, and that there will be no dual leadership in the AIADMK, which means that there is an open rift within the OPS and EPS cadre. The live visuals that we are getting to you from outside the AIADMK headquarters, in which you can see the cadre there raising flags. It is a big win there for the EPS camp, as the OPS plea has now been rejected by the Madras High Court. We'll try and go across to our reporters as well to get us some more information. But as of now, you can see the live visuals that we are getting to you from outside the AIADMK headquarters. The Madras High Court has said that it will not intervene in the party squabbles, and also rejecting the OPS plea there that was filed by the OPS camp. In fact, in more news that is coming in about the meeting that was chaired just a short while back by EPS, in which it's been decided that EPS is a new interim general secretary of the AIADMK. Elections for the AIADMK general secretary will be held in the next 4 months, and that there will be no dual leadership within the party, and which also means that there is an open rift there between the between OPS and EPS. So, which also essentially means that there is an end to the AIADMK dual leadership. Polls for post will be held in the next 4 months for the new general secretary. In fact, these are the live visuals that we are getting to you that shows the celebrations which are galore among the EPS faction. Pragadish is joining us, getting us all those live updates. Pragadish, if you could talk to us about the scenes we are seeing right now of the celebrations there among the EPS faction outside the AIADMK headquarters.
Yes, it's quite jubilant here. There's thousands of supporters gathered outside the wedding hall where the meeting is taking place, the General Council meeting is taking place. And there's massive cutouts and banners, all of MJR Jayalalitha and EPS. There's almost no supporters of Paneerselvam here. And I think they've all boycotted it, and they are still waiting. And there was also a massive commotion that happened outside the AIADMK headquarters in Roypeta, and none of them have turned up to the event here. It looks like it's a massive win for EPS now, at least for another 4 months, when there could be possible elections for the party.
Yes. Pragadish, this also essentially means that the infighting within the AIADMK is in the open, because the battle, as we know, became legal as well, with the court now rejecting the plea that was filed by the by OPS. If you could take us through the key takeaways of the SC verdict as well.
So there were 16 resolutions passed here today, but before that, the court had obviously refused to stay the GC meeting that was supposed to take place, and this was the final last resort that OPS had to sort of convince his own followers and the rest of the party. But it looks like it's all about the trailer. EPS is taking over. Over to you.
Yes. Well, Pragadish there getting us all those details of the SC verdict, in which it has rejected the OPS plea that was filed, and now it's been decided that OPS will, in fact, EPS will continue, will be the interim general secretary. So HC there rejecting OPS plea to stay the AIADMK meet that was now held, in which it was decided, in fact, in this plea, in this meet that was held, it was decided that Palaniswamy will be the new interim general secretary, in that elections for the AIADMK general secretary will be held in the next 4 months. Also, the meet has also put an end to the dual leadership that existed in the AIADMK till now. So now we'll have Palaniswamy, who will be the head of this party, who's now been elected as the interim general secretary. The elections for the next general secretary will be held in the next 4 months as well. And as you can see, the celebration there, which is galore among the EPS faction outside the AIADMK headquarters, in which you can see the cadre there paying tributes to Jayalalitha there, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu. Essentially a win for the EPS faction after the court rejecting OPS plea. And now we have only single leader in the AIADMK, which is E. Palaniswamy as well. Celebrations there, which are which we can see on our screens as well. And in fact, the two factions, the infighting within the two factions is now in the open. EPS versus OPS. In fact, in these visuals, you can see how the violence has also broken out when we talk about the infighting between the two factions of the AIADMK. This after EPS has been elected as a new interim general secretary. In fact, 16 resolutions have been passed in this particular meet that was held, in which there's been a proposal that has been made for Bharat Ratna for Jayalalitha, MGR, as well as Jayalalitha, MGR as well. So those are some of the highlights of this meet that was held just a short while back. And as you can see, the workers there who are seen celebrating the victory of the EPS camp there. In fact, the court has categorically said that it would not intervene in the party squabbles, which rejecting the AIADMK leader and former coordinator OPS as well. In fact, those are the live visuals as well that we can see on our screens of the EPS cadre there celebrating the win for the EPS camp there. This after the resolution that was 16 resolutions, remember, that were passed in this particular meet that was shared just a short while back, in which EPS has been declared as the interim general secretary. Remember, the Madras High Court has rejected a plea that was filed by the former coordinator OPS to stay the conduct of the General Council meet of the party. And following that, the meet was held in which it was decided that EPS will be the interim general secretary. In this particular meet that was held, 16 resolutions were passed in which proposals were made for Bharat Ratna, for MGR and Jayalalitha as well. In fact, in this general meet, it was also decided that there will be no dual leadership when we talk of the AIADMK party, which means that EPS will be the sole leader of the party. Leadership has been declared as the interim general secretary of the AIADMK. So next elections for this particular post will be held in the next 4 months. This resolution that was passed in this particular meet, it has also been said that a proposal was passed for MGR, Periyar along with Jayalalitha as well. So big win there for the EPS faction there, as he's now been elected as the interim general secretary. And more breaking news coming in. We are told that the United Nations report says that India is projected to surpass China as world's most populous country during 2023. So UN report there flagging concerns that India's population is set to cross China. In 2023, next year, India is said to be the most populous country and even surpassing China there. That is the report by the United Nations, which says that India will be the most populous country by 2023. So flagging concerns there, an alarm there being raised by the United Nations in this United Nations report, which says in which India is projected to surpass China when we talk about one of the most populous country across the globe. So India is being said to cross the population. In fact, the World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations Department said that the global population is projected to reach 8 million by 15 November 2022. Remember, the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020 as well. In fact, in this report by the United Nations suggested that the world population could grow to around 8.5 billion in 2030 and 9.7 billion in 2050. It has also projected a peak of around 10.4 billion people during 2080s and to remain at that level until 2100. So flagging concerns there. United Nations in its report has projected India to be the most populous country by 2023. In fact, it has also said that the world's two most popular regions in 2022 were Eastern and Southeastern Asia, with 2.3 billion people, representing 29% of the global population. Madhurima is joining us to give more details on that. Madhurima, if you could take us through the details of the United Nations report.
Well, it's a very crucial report that is coming from the United Nations, as India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country by 2023. And this report that comes today forecasts that India's tally would reach 8 billion by the mid-November 2022, that is this year, and by the next year, that is 23, it's going to surpass the China's population. And this United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs Population Division has said that the global population is projected, like I said, to reach 8 billion around November 15 this year. The global population is growing at its slowest since 1950 and has been falling under 1% under 2020. But once again, it is to grow around 8.5 billion in 2030, 9.7 billion in 2050. It is a crucial and a worrisome situation for our country, because we know that our economy is dwindling between 3 to 4 trillion, and in comparison to the population, it falls short at that particular, statistics.
All right, Madhurima, I'm sorry, we'll have to leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you for more details, but that is the latest coming in, where the United Nations has projected India's population of 1.6 billion in 2050, way ahead of China's 1.3 billion people by the middle of the century. In fact, more details that are now coming in. We are told that some reactions as well coming in. The BJP, we are told, has reacted to this particular report amid concerns of population explosion in the country. We'll try and go across to our reporters to get us more information, but that is the latest coming in. In fact, in this United Nations report, India is said to be the most populous country by next year, even surpassing China for that matter. We'll play out that reaction as well very shortly, but some alarm there being raised by the United Nations in its report, where it has projected India's population to cross, in fact, it has said that the world population to grow around 8.5 billion in 2030. Particularly when we talk about India, its population is set to surpass China in this particular report that has been put out by the United Nations. So, the United Nations there flagging concerns over population explosion. The United Nations in its report has said that India's population is set to cross even that of China by next year. And flagging concerns there, United Nations has said that, talking about the world, it has said that the world population could grow to around 8.5 billion in 2030 and 9.7 billion, in 2050. So huge concern there on population explosion by the United Nations in its report there, saying that India is set to be the most populous country by next year. We have Madhurima back with us. Madhurima, if you are still with us, take us through the details of the United Nations report.
Well, once again, the United Nations has put out this very crucial report, which points out at an alarming situation in our country, that it is going to surpass, in terms of population, China, which is at present the most populous country on the globe. And according to the United Nations, this report has come out today, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by the mid-November 2022. Let me also highlight that it is going to reach around 8 billion somewhere around November 15, 2022. But it would be a first for a country, as it is going to surpass the numbers that China holds, and it is a worrisome situation for us, because in comparison to China, which is somewhere around 14 trillion economy, we are still making efforts to reach the 5 trillion mark, we're dwindling between 3 to 4 at present, specifically because of the pandemic that hit us. However, the United Nations report also suggests that the population of the world could go around 8.5 billion in 2030 and 9.7 by 2050. However, this year's this particular milestone has been broadcasted by the United Nations today.
Yes.
Highlights that the entire population of...
all right, Madhurima, we'll continue the discussion on the other side as well. Thanks for the moment for giving us all those details. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as the SC is set to hear fugitive Malia's contempt case and pronounce quantum of sentence today. Well, breaking update coming in. That is, we continue with our coverage talking about the concerns over India's growing population, in which the United Nations in its report has said that India's population is set to cross that of China by next year. In fact, the population as of this year stands, India's population is very close to that of China, and with that concern in mind, the United Nations in its report has said that its population is set to cross China. In fact, more breaking news coming in. And more breaking news coming in. Vijay Mallya hearing has begun. In fact, we are told that the Supreme Court has awarded jail term to Mallya. It has awarded, the Apex Court has awarded 4 months jail term to a fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya and a fine of 2,000 under contempt charge. Adequate punishment is a must, is what the Supreme Court has said in its hearing. So that is the latest coming in. We are told that the Supreme Court has said that Vijay Mallya did not show any remorse and it is necessary to impose punishment. We have our executive editor for legal affairs, Rhythm, also joining us. Rhythm, if you could take us through the arguments and what the Supreme Court is saying right now.
Let's tell our viewers that the breaking news that's coming in from the Supreme Court of India, it's 4 months jail term to fugitive Vijay Mallya that's been given out by the top court of the country. Remember, this was a verdict that came out in 2017 and it's been given out after Vijay Mallya had been held guilty of contempt because he was unable to give details about how he had dispersed USD 40 million, and therefore the Supreme Court had said in 2017, 6 years ago, he will be in contempt. He'd come to the Supreme Court, he'd started and tried to appeal against this, but he didn't come. It was his lawyer who tried to do this. But the Supreme Court today giving 4 months jail time to Vijay Mallya, whom the government is trying to extradite, has said we must impose adequate sentence on the contemner to uphold the majesty of law and amounts in dispute for available of execution. Let's also tell our viewers he's facing extradition proceedings in the UK courts that Republic has been tracking, but it's the Supreme Court that was first hearing the matter. And I remember when we were hearing it in the Supreme Court was extremely angry with the affidavits that had been filed by Vijay Mallya when he was unable and not giving details of the assets that had been owned by him, his family, his wife and others. He had been convicted of contempt in the court for transferring USD $40 million to his children, which was in violation of the Supreme Court orders. The Supreme Court has now awarded him a 4-month jail term and a fine of 2,000 under contempt charge. Adequate punishment is a must, the Supreme Court today says. This is also coming after the MHA that had been represented by the Solicitor General of India had said that we are trying to ensure that the proceedings to get him back are met. So even as India continues to try and get Vijay Mallya back to India, the top court of the country, in another big blow to him, says once he is back, once he's extradited, a 4-month jail term will also be there. Supreme Court coming down extremely heavily on him. And also they've given out very, while passing this, they've given out statements that say, we've said in the judgment action in dispersing $40 million was contempt. Therefore, an adequate sentence needs to be given. They say Vijay Mallya did not show any remorse. It's necessary to impose a punishment and uphold the majesty of law, and sentenced him. They've directed him to deposit 40 million USD with interest within 4 weeks, which is a big breaking news coming in, and the authorities have been asked to take attachment proceedings in case of his default. So not only has Vijay Mallya today been given out a sentence, but the court has also directed him to deposit the 40 million USD with interest within 4 weeks, and the authorities, if he does not do so, have been told to take attachment proceedings in case of his default. He has been facing double proceedings by the CBI and the ED joint teams in the UK court that asked for his extradition much earlier. As the Supreme Court was to declare this, I also want to say in the last hearing, the three-judge bench that's been led by Justice Lalit told the Solicitor General the court had waited long enough to have Vijay Mallya brought back, and now it's time the court and this case should see the light of the day. The process must go on. So a big blow coming down on Vijay Mallya. Not only has a cost been imposed because of his contempt, he's also been asked to give back the 40 million US dollars, and also with interest within 4 weeks. Remember, this was 6 years ago. On the 9th of May 2017, the Supreme Court had found him guilty of committing contempt of court after he failed to submit details of his assets to the court. I remember we were inside the courtroom when this was happening in the top court, and the top court continued asking questions to his lawyers who were unable to answer about the differences, the discrepancies in the affidavit. It's a very serious charge when an affidavit is filed in black and white before the top court of the country and the court is unable to get proper answers. We remember the consortium of creditors led by the State Bank of India had argued that Mallya had disobeyed court orders by making vague disclosures of the assets and by transferring $40 million payment from the British liquor giant Diageo to his children and ignoring the summons that were given to appear in the court. He had not appeared even once, despite several details having been given several times. The court had given him some sort of a leverage by saying, all right, you can appear before us, but he did not. Remember also, Vijay Mallya continues to pursue appeals in the UK in attempt to overturn a bankruptcy order imposed on him by the High Court in London in July. At a case management hearing in the Chancery Division of the High Court in London, Justice Tom Leach concluded a set of interlinked hearings would be heard together, but that is about the UK court that continued to hear the appeals that had been filed by Mallya. The Supreme Court had to declare the punishment for fugitive liquor baron Vijay Mallya in the 2017 contempt case that has happened. He was ordered to return over 6,200 crores in multiple cases in multiple banks, and Solicitor General had said the banks had recovered a total of 18,000 crores from fugitives such as Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi. But this Vijay Mallya, the 66-year-old fugitive, has been an accused in the bank loan default case involving the now defunct Kingfisher Airlines, which is worth more than 9,000 crores. He's currently in the United Kingdom facing extradition proceedings that are being carried on by a joint mission team of Team India led by the CBI and the ED teams. And what we're really going to now see after the words coming from the Supreme Court are clear, they've also directed him to deposit the 40 million. Will Vijay Mallya be doing this? Will he be able to deposit, and will he deposit the 40 million is crucial. The Supreme Court has also said he did not show any remorse, which is necessary to uphold the majesty of law. Viewers, as this news is coming in, the Supreme Court says if he fails to pay the penalty, jail term is to be extended for 2 months. Alright, as we continue staying with this news, as the top court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, up next after a short break, we stay with the breaking news alerts coming in from the top court. Stay on with us.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So thanks Mike.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli as people in the district are suffering from this calamity. The India Meteorological Department issued an orange alert for the Gadchiroli district, predicting heavy to very heavy showers accompanied by thunderstorms with lightning. Heavy rains have been reported in Maharashtra's Nanded in the last 24 hours, causing flood-like situations in several places in the district. Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Ratnagiri, Pune, have been experiencing heavy downpours. 27 NDRF teams have been deployed across the state amid the heavy rainfall and a red alert issued by IMD. Bureau Report, Republic TV. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Breaking news that's coming in. The Supreme Court has now awarded a 4-month jail term to fugitive Vijay Mallya. This is in a contempt case where the Supreme Court says adequate punishment is a must. If he fails to give the $40 million, then 2 more months shall be added to his jail term. The Supreme Court says he didn't show any remorse. It's necessary to impose punishment to uphold the majesty of law. As the Supreme Court says, this the quantum of punishment in the contempt case against Vijay Mallya coming as a big blow to him has been announced. Back after a short break, stay on with India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister, I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari-Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat Frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat Frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ है।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private entities to own and operate satellites. This is a very big change. All satellites of India are currently owned only by ISRO. And every television broadcasting channels are provided only through ISRO. This is going to change. So it's not only the communication side, it's also going to change the remote sensing side. No, imaging satellites are owned only by ISRO and defense only. Now private entities can own imaging satellites. They can take photograph, images. They can use value-added products and also market.
Maharashtra continues to face heavy rains in several areas. The district of Gadchiroli is reeling from a flood-like situation due to heavy downpour. Several roads have been submerged underwater due to the incessant and heavy rains in the region. The water has entered the houses in Gadchiroli.
The Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term is awarded. Setback to OPS camp. EPS officially takes over as the interim AIADMK General Secretary. Doors smashed, tires set ablaze and headquarters vandalized as OPS EPS cadres come to blows. Mega rebellion in the Goa Congress. The party sacks top leader Michael Lobo. 5 others are now incommunicado. Top court to hear a slew of petitions as Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray war has intensified. Now, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months of jail term to Vijay Mallya and fined him 22,000 rupees under the contempt charge. Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, our legal editor, is joining us live now. Rhythm, Mallya, of course, was convicted of contempt of court in 2017. The court taking a very severe view of it, giving him 4 months of jail term.
Yes, absolutely. And Nupur, like you said, 6 years ago, he was held guilty of contempt. This is because he had transferred $40 million to his son and his family, despite the Supreme Court not getting enough reasons as to what he'd done with the money. This was in violation of the Supreme Court orders. We remember in 2017, we were inside the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court was extremely aghast at the way the affidavit had been filed and no details about the assets had been given. At that time, this was basically stated when the State Bank of India-led consortium was asking for money back. I want to also go across to our guest Nupur Deshratan Nigam, advocate from the Supreme Court, joining us. Mr. Nigam, we've clearly seen today the Supreme Court comes down extremely heavily on Vijay Mallya. They say pay back the money. If you can't, 4 months jail term will be also extended to 2 months extra jail term. But the biggest thing according to me is that if this money is not paid back, then there will be attachment of certain properties and assets.
Dr. Mallya was avoiding the court process in India. In fact, the court posted it for this time because They were waiting for all the extradition proceedings in UK to attain finality. And once it attained finality and Dr. Malia exhausted all his avenues of appeal in United Kingdom, the court proceeded. Court was being very lenient with him. And despite the fact that he gave very vague answers, did not disclose about the assets, and did not even disclose about transferring 40 million, as you said, to his children's. And therefore, the court, this was a violative of the court order, which had restrained him from transferring funds. So he was clearly in contempt, and the maximum sentence is 6 months under the contempt of court proceedings. So 4 months have been given. As you were saying, if he does not deposit the money, 2 months will go. Then, failing which all the assets, I think the assets have already been attached in other matters. I think about 11,000 crore assets have been already attached. So some recovery proceedings will start, the auction proceedings will start in this matter, and the money will be recovered since the assets have already been attached, and since number of cases are going on against him. So ultimately the money is secured, but the majesty of law and judiciary must prevail, and he should have come and surrendered before the court. In fact, the amicus curiae Jaideep Gupta was appointed to, in fact, assist the court on his behalf. So ultimately, all opportunities were given. In fact, his lawyer said he doesn't have any instructions to argue on the quantum of sentence. So court was quite helpless. It was bound to be, this kind of an order was bound to be passed. So he has been given his due chance, and he has not taken them, and he has to face the music of law.
Absolutely. And Mr. Nigam, we also know it's not the first time Vijay Mallya has been questioned by the Indian courts or the Indian government. I remember in the UK courts, he's attacked the Supreme Court of India and said they're biased against him. He's gone ahead and spoken against the CBI and the ED joint mission that had tried to get his extradition. Today, as he faces bankruptcy charges in the UK courts, today as he faces the extradition proceedings, we're still waiting to get him back, like the Solicitor General told the Supreme Court that those MEA continues to track those proceedings. The larger point here continues to be, today in another contempt case, the court held him guilty, a big blow to him, because $40 million needs to be returned by him, or attachment of properties and assets shall take place.
Yes, certainly. And then the auction will start. And when, auction takes place, the actual price of the assets is not realized. It is always lower. That is what my experience goes. So he will be cuffing a lot of assets worth much more than the 40 million. And it should be, I think, in his own interest to pay 40 million and save those assets. And the extradition is not being possible because I think it has been told to the court some kind of secret proceedings have been, instituted against him in United Kingdom, probably as a strategy by him or his own, network there, so that he doesn't go to India. So, but since it has been filed there, some kind of secret proceedings, I think Government of India has to contest them and to ensure that he is brought back to India as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Nigam, for that big breaking news coming in, where Vijay Mallya has got another jail term from the Supreme Court that says he pays up the money or he will be in jail.
All right, news just coming in. It's a big setback for Uddhav Thackeray's camp. The Supreme Court has refused to list the matter for today, as Uddhav Thackeray had asked for. The Supreme Court said that no action will be taken on Shinde MLAs till the bench is set up. I think we've got Rhythm with us. Rhythm, explain to us what's happened in the Supreme Court. We understand at the moment the Supreme Court has said that status quo should remain.
Nupur, the breaking news that's come in the Maharashtra political crisis drama from the Supreme Court is there was a mentioning made by the Uddhav Thackeray camp led by Kapil Sibal in the Supreme Court today. He wanted the matter to be listed. There are 3 pleas related to the Maharashtra crisis that the Supreme Court is hearing. Sibal said the disqualification petitions are listed tomorrow. It was listed on 27th. He's talking about the dates. Then he says that listed today. The Chief Justice says, please inform the Assembly Speaker not to take any hearing. They are not listing any matter today. The crux of the matter is the Supreme Court is saying that for now there will be maintenance of the status quo in the matter of disqualification of MLAs. They've also said the speaker was to decide on disqualification of the Uddhav Thackeray faction MLAs tomorrow. He should not be going ahead and listing any matters for some time. So as of now, it's a setback for Uddhav camp because the court has said that we will hear these matters later on, Nupur, whereas they wanted an immediate hearing. The Supreme Court also at the same time has said that for now there will be no action, but the speaker should also not continue with any action. So I also I will just give out another news that's coming in on this too. just give me a second, Nupur.
All right, stay with us, Rhythm, as Rhythm tries to gather herself and bring us the news. What we are given to understand is that at prima facie this does seem to be essentially ruling in favor right now of the Eknath Shinde camp. Is that how we should be reading this, Rhythm?
Yes. In fact, Nupur, I also want to on this go across to Piyush, who's joining us live. The Supreme Court, I'll just put this into perspective for our viewers, has today deferred both the disqualification proceedings that were initiated by the Deputy Speaker against the Rebel Sena MLAs and the present Speaker's counter proceedings against other faction Sena MLAs, saying the matter would take some time to be listed, which is going to be seen as a relief for the Shinde camp. He's also said, tell the Speaker's office, Piyush, not to go ahead with the proceedings.
Well, yes, Rhythm, it is now being seen as a very big sign of relief for Shinde camp and a setback for Uddhav Thackeray camp. Remember that Kapil Sibal wanted to have early hearing on all these pleas, but now Supreme Court is saying that matter will be listed, and after the compilation of the bench, then only it would be heard. If we talk about this entire case, remember that the Eknath Shinde camp had moved to Supreme Court when the then Speaker of NCP, he had sent a notice to all the MLAs. Around 16 MLAs were there from Eknath Shinde camp where they were asked as to why they should not be disqualified, after which Eknath Shinde camp had moved to Supreme Court, and at the time itself they had made it very clear that they are not supporting Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, they have taken back their support from the corrupt government of Mahavikas Aghadi. The then Speaker had in fact asked the Shinde camp MLAs to respond within 2 weeks, but the Shinde camp decided to move to Supreme Court, and now Supreme Court has said that it is going to hear the matter on some other day. At the time, Supreme Court had also issued notice to Speaker, to the Shiv Sena party leader on the floor of the House, and also to central government. So after listening to all the responses, we are getting to know that the Supreme Court, I'm also getting information from inside, which our colleague Sambhav is also telling us. He's telling us that it's a big relief to Shinde camp, where there will be no action against the rebel MLAs till the bench sets up by Chief Justice of India hears the matter. So it is going to take more time. Until then, there will be no actions taken against these 16 rebel MLAs of Shiv Sena. We'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen in next hearing when CJI hears the entire matter, because a bench needs to be set up. This is what Supreme Court is saying, and then CJI would be hearing these all the pleas, all the petitions. Those are being filed not only by Shinde camp but also by Uddhav Thackeray camp. Rhythm.
All right, so as Piyush is pointing out, we appear to have reached a state where the court will hear all this later. Now, Rhythm, just for the benefit of our viewers, can you break down for us the number of pleas that the court was listening to? One, of course, is the fact that the court says that we'll have to, it'll take us some time to set up a bench, and that till then all these matters will be heard. So can you give us some clarity on the number of pleas that the court was hearing?
So, Nupur, there are 3 pleas that the Supreme Court had to hear, but they were not listed today. This is just an urgent mentioning that has been spoken by Kapil Sibal, who appeared for the Uddhav camp. One was the trust vote which happened on Maharashtra on the 3rd of July. The second plea is against the appointment of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as the Maharashtra Chief Minister by Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. And the third is the appointment of the Chief Whip Bharat Gogwale in the Assembly by the newly elected Speaker Rahul Narvekar, and disqualification pleas pending against 16 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. So a lot of pleas that the Supreme Court had to hear, since they'll have to go into great details about the powers of the Speaker versus the powers of the Governor versus whether the Deputy Speaker's conduct was correct. The Supreme Court said we shall hear this matter later on. They've not given out a date for this as of now.
So Rhythm, will all of this be bunched up, or are they going to be separate pleas again? We are of course waiting for the detailed orders to come out, but what's your understanding of how this will go forward now?
So, Nupur, it's not, the pleas are going to be as a batch because they are similar, will be heard simultaneously and together by the Chief Justice of India's bench, and they will possibly direct another bench to hear this matter. But for today, they refuse to list the matter. They've also told the Solicitor General, tell the Speaker not to take any sudden orders or any mentionings or any continuations. And Piyush, as you continue to stay with us, I also want to tell you, Nupur, that the Supreme Court has today only deferred the pleas, the disqualification proceedings and other proceedings, and said we shall hear them later. So in a sense, we can say, Piyush, will come back to you also on this, that the status quo that the Supreme Court has said has to be maintained, but this will be seen as a setback for the Uddhav camp.
All right, Piyush, if we can come back to you now on this one. Piyush, any reactions that we are getting? I know it's just come out, but any political reactions that you are getting from what's happened in court?
Well, shortly we'll get a voice coming in from Maharashtra, because yes, both the factions were keeping a close watch on Supreme Court's developments, because the Uddhav Thackeray camp was hoping Supreme Court moving ahead and disqualify these MLAs, because they have been claiming, Nupur, that they have committed the biggest sin there in the assembly by going against the law and by making their own faction. In fact, the Shinde camp was also very much hopeful that the Supreme Court would hear to their pleas also. We'll have to wait and watch how both the camps are going to respond to that. As of now, nobody has responded, but yes, they are keeping a close watch on all the developments. We have just heard from Supreme Court where it has said that in coming few days a bench would be set up, and Chief Justice of India would be hearing to all the pleas. We'll have to wait and watch how the camps are going to respond to that. But Uddhav Thackeray camp once again requested a court to disqualify all them and hear their plea. All the pleas would now be merged, and then Supreme Court will be hearing. As of now, the date has not been announced by Supreme Court, but till the time the next hearing takes place, there will be no action taken against all these 16 dribble shifts in MLAs.
Now, Piyush, what's your understanding of how this will go forward in terms of what happens in the government in Maharashtra? Because do remember that Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister, and Mr. Fadnavis had both said that, the allotment of portfolios will be on hold till, these pleas are decided upon. So how does this then go forward in terms of political, in terms essentially of government activity here?
Well, like you rightly pointed out, that there was a close watch which was being done not only by Shinde camp but also by BJP camp, and they were hoping that Supreme Court is going to hear the matter and also come out with some sort of verdict on this. But now Supreme Court saying that they are going to hear the matter in coming few days after the bench is set up. We can expect that this cabinet reshuffle could be postponed. We were also hearing that senior leaders from the BJP there in the state of Maharashtra could be given the portfolios, and also from Shinde camp around 10 MLAs from Shinde camp were to be allotted the ministerial position there in Maharashtra. But now we can expect an announcement coming in from the Maharashtra government of postponing all this, because the matter is in Supreme Court. But yes, the government is now very much hopeful to do this in coming few days. At the same time, a big sign of relief could be seen for Shinde camp. So till the time next hearing takes place, no actions will be taken against all these MLAs. This is what has been made very much clear by Supreme Court.
All right, stay with us, Piyush. Rhythm, if I could come back to you now. Rhythm, this is going to be a long-winded matter now, because the Supreme Court essentially has put on, has said we're first going to constitute a bench and thereafter the proceedings will go forward. In your opinion, how do you see this going forward now?
Well, I do believe, Nupur, that the case is finally going to be heard and decided in the Supreme Court. We've seen several other cases when there have been such matters, whether it's the Karnataka MLA's matter that the Supreme Court had a midnight hearing in, the Goa Assembly matter when we saw similar cases, or even the other election matters that we've seen in the top court. I do believe in political cases such as this, it's the final authoritative stamp of the legal courts of the country that decides everything finally. But I do think that for now, the government that is there has been formed whatever challenges that are there will be taken up later, which is going to be seen as a huge relief, because the Supreme Court in its wisdom has said these are matters that we shall be listing later. For now, the Speaker should not go ahead and state anything. Also, like the that the Uddhav camp that was led by Kapil Sibal in the court has said. But what's going to happen is once these pleas are heard, we shall see authoritative judgments coming in from the Supreme Court on constitutional matters such as the role of the Speaker, the conduct of the Deputy Speaker, the actions of the Deputy Speaker in this manner, and other such things that have been asked and demanded by the Uddhav camp as well as the Shinde camp when they both came to the Supreme Court. We're going to see whether the disqualification of the MLA stands the test of time. All this, however, will be taken up at an indefinite date that has been not given by the Supreme Court today, except the Supreme Court said we shall hear this later on. So for now, there's status quo in the Maharashtra political crisis drama in the top court, where the Supreme Court is not going to give out an urgent hearing to the Uddhav camp.
Now, Rhythm, would this